I grew up in a part of the country where the woods were the default place to hang out. Bonfires, dirt bikes, all that. My dad taught me to camp before I could ride a bike. So when people talk about scary camping stories, I usually roll my eyes. Most of the time it's just a raccoon rifling through food or somebody getting turned around on a game trail. This one isn't that. It happened 2 summers ago, last week of August. 4 of us decided to do a 3-night loop in a national forest a few hours from where I live. Nothing crazy, nothing technical. The loop climbed past a couple of lakes, cut along an old logging road, and dropped down into a valley with a creek where we'd camped the last night. My sister Hannah was in, along with her boyfriend Cole, and my best friend Mason. We'd done day hikes together, but never a multi-night backpacking trip. I planned it out, checked water sources, printed the map, told everyone to bring proper gear. I thought I had it under control. We left on a Thursday morning, ate diner pancakes on the way, and hit the trail around noon. It was one of those big breathing days where the sky is so blue it almost looks fake. The forest felt alive with late summer heat. Grasshoppers kept flying up and pinging off our legs. The first few miles were standard stuff. Shady switchbacks, that piney smell, little puffs of dust every time your foot comes down. We were joking, trading snacks, keeping a nice steady pace. The first weird thing was a stack of rocks right in the middle of the trail. You see cairns along trails sometimes, but this wasn't a cairn to mark a path. It was on the path. 5 flat stones, balanced neatly, with a strip of red ribbon tied around the top one. Not the weathered kind of ribbon you find tangled in the woods from hunters or boundary markers. New ribbon. Clean and bright, like it had just come off a spool. We stepped around it and kept going because, okay, maybe someone was being artsy or weird. 5 minutes later, there was another one. Same rock stack, same red ribbon. A little shorter, maybe 4 stones, but same idea. Cole grinned and said some kid had probably gotten bored and made a game. I remember answering something like, "Cool. Well, the game is annoying." After the 3rd stack, the joking stopped. These weren't scattered where people might wander off. They were dead center, like someone wanted to make sure we had to step around them. The forest felt hot and heavy. I told myself it was just the uphill. Still, I noticed we all got quiet without talking about it. The trail flattened out at a saddle, and we took a break under the shade of a fir tree. No wind, no bird song. I pointed at the map to show we'd hit the next creek in about half a mile. Mason was rolling his shoulders, trying to pop his back, and he said, "Did you hear that?" I didn't hear anything. We all stood still and listened. Faint knocking. 3 taps together. Pause. 3 more. Not fast, not frantic. Like someone knocking politely on a door. That's the only way I can describe it. Gentle, patient, like they could wait all day. Cole clapped his hands and shouted hello. The knocking stopped. We waited another minute. Nothing. We wrote it off as a woodpecker that had changed its mind. We put our packs back on and kept walking. The creek was real, cold and clear, and the sound of it did this immediate reset in my brain. Flowing water always drops my shoulders. We filtered some, dunked hats, splashed faces, and decided to follow it a little ways off trail for our first night, since the site I'd planned at the lakes looked exposed on the topo. The creek cut through a small meadow and then into a darker stand of hemlocks. The site we found was perfect. Flat spot under big trees, soft duff, not too many rocks. There was even an old fire ring. We got lucky, I thought. Maybe those rock stacks were just a fluke. We set up camp. I strung up the bear bag line. Hannah and I pitched my tent. Cole and Mason set up theirs. We built a small cooking fire once it got dark and made dinner, and everything felt fine again. Stars came out like salt scattered across black velvet. We did all the normal stuff. Told old stories, roasted marshmallows, made fun of the insane number of dehydrated meals we'd brought because no one communicated. We could hear the creek talking to itself in the distance. The polite knocking didn't come back. I slept like a rock until something woke me up that felt exactly like a hand pressing softly against the outside of my tent near my head. Not a swipe, not a paw, a palm. I bolted upright, heart blowing out my chest. I listened. The woods were so quiet I could hear my breath. I turned my headlamp on, but the tent fabric just lit up white. I didn't want to unzip the door and blind myself by reflecting beam. I froze and waited. 3 gentle knocks. Not on the tent. Out in the trees. Then a voice, very soft and matter-of-fact, said my name. It said my name like my mom does when she's not mad but wants me to come inside. It wasn't Mason or Cole or Hannah. It wasn't whispery or creepy on purpose. It was casual, like, "Hey, you awake?" I opened my mouth and nothing came out. The protective animal in my brain took the wheel. I clicked my headlamp off, laid flat, and didn't answer. After a few seconds, the voice said my name again, a little further away. Then I heard footsteps moving toward the creek. Not stomping or crashing. Walking. Morning was rough. I didn't tell anyone what I'd heard right away because I wanted coffee in my system first. Everyone looked a little drawn. I asked how they'd slept, and there was this awkward silence, like we were all trying to decide whether to lie. Mason said, "Weird question, but did anyone hear knocking?" Cole and Hannah both looked at me. I sighed and told them about the voice saying my name. Mason's eyebrows hit his hairline. Hannah said she'd heard something like footsteps moving around camp around 2 a.m, but she'd figured it was me having to pee. Cole laughed and said it was probably a branch dropping pine cones. The laugh sounded thin. We did the normal check around camp. Food was fine. No tracks I could see. The Duff is a terrible tracker, but I didn't see any scuffs around the tents either. We told ourselves it was nerves and caffeine deficit. We packed up and headed back to the loop. The rock stacks continued the second day. Every time I thought I could relax into the rhythm of walking, we'd hit another one. A double stack at a fork we almost missed. One on a little footbridge. At one point, a stack had been built on a mossy boulder, with that red ribbon tied around 2 sticks crossed behind it, like a crude plus sign. We didn't talk about it much after a while. It was like mentioning it out loud would make it more real. Also, by then, we were seeing little bits of litter, and not the candy wrapper type. Tidier stuff. A silver button from a shirt. A clump of someone's hair caught in a piece of bark. I found a Polaroid photo face down on the trail. When I flipped it over, it was a picture of a campsite. It looked like ours from the night before. 2 tents, 2 camp chairs, a bear bag line, and a long log pulled next to the fire ring like a bench. The film had that washed early 2000s look. The sky in the photo was a little overexposed. There were the trees. I swear it was the same shape of logs. I showed the others. That freaked them more than the rocks. Cole said it could have been from anyone. The forest gets a lot of traffic. Old logging road nearby, remember? People camp every year, but the weather had been wet the week before. That photo wasn't warped or smeared. It was crisp. I checked the back. Blank. No date written on it. We put it in a Ziploc and kept going. By the time we reached the first of the lakes, the wind had kicked up. Little wind devils ran across the water. We decided to push past and try for the ridge so we'd have less bugs. Also, I think we wanted to feel like we were moving away from something. The higher we hiked, the more the trees thinned and the sun got hard and white. It felt good to sweat and breathe and let your legs do the thinking. We made the ridge by late afternoon and found a shelf with just enough room for the tents tucked behind a stand of twisted old weather-stunted pines. The view of the valley was ridiculous. Layers of hills fading into blue, the creek a silver thread. We saw a hawk keel into the wind and hang there like a kite. We didn't make a fire up there, too exposed. We cooked on our stoves and ate fast. It got cold quick. I tried to imagine a normal night. We'd climb into our bags, tell a couple dirty jokes across the tents and pass out. 2 days of hiking, we'd be wiped. The first knock came before full dark. 3 taps, patient, from the direction of the drop-off. I don't care how many logical explanations there are for knocking in the forest. You only need to hear it like that once. It was the crisp politeness of it that bothered me, not the volume. It sounded like it belonged outside a front door, not on a ridge. Cole stood up and said, "Hey, if there's a person out there, come say hi. We have extra water." His voice was big and cheerful, the way people talk to dogs they don't know. Nothing. Then we heard something like a breath catching, except far away. The wind shifted and the pines hissed for a second. It started to feel colder than it should for August. Mason leaned over and whispered to me, "This sucks." "Yep," I said. We went to bed with the plan that no one opened their tent for any reason. If you had to pee, use a bottle. I told everyone to keep their headlamps off and their zippers closed, and I felt insane saying it, because how often do you make rules like that with your friends on a trip? But no one argued. Lying in a tent in the dark with the wind picking up is weird in your head. Every flutter of fabric becomes footsteps. Every creak is a hand. That night, I had this sensation again that someone was standing just outside, one palm pressed to the tent wall like they were testing it. It made my skin crawl in a way I can't describe. The pressure moved along the side, down near my feet and up toward my head. Then it stopped. I heard it again. 3 knocks. Another pause. 3 more. Then clear as day, Hannah's voice said, "Cole? Hey, I think I found something. Can you come look?" I couldn't help it. My head turned toward their tent even though there was nothing to see. I heard Cole zip slowly, like he was trying not to make sound. I sat up, heart in my throat. Before he could open the door all the way, Hannah whispered, "Don't." Her voice came from right next to me, from her actual bag. There was a beat of silence, like the woods were waiting, and then the not Hannah voice said again, a little more insistent, "Cole, I found something." "Get away from our camp," Hannah said, not loud, not aggressive. She said it like she was politely declining a salesperson. Something stepped heavily but carefully, if that makes sense. Like it had weight, but it was trying not to leave tracks. It moved toward the drop-off. For a second I thought it would be gone. the way some animals decide you're a hassle. Then it did something that made me shake so hard my teeth clicked. It repeated everything Hannah had said since we zipped our tents. Don't. Then get away from our camp. Then the sound of her exhale. Then get away from our camp. Each time a little wrong. Like somebody learning a phrase in a language they don't speak. It got the words right, but not the breath, not the rhythm. It practiced all the way into the trees. None of us slept after that. At first light, we packed like we were in a race. No coffee, no breakfast. We wanted the valley, the creek, the final stretch, anything but that ridge. I made a call I'll regret forever and didn't say it out loud. I thought, if we move fast enough, it can't keep up. We should have left the loop right there and dropped straight down. We should have bushwhacked to the road and just walked until we found help. Instead, we stuck to the plan. Plans keep people calm. Plans make you feel like you're in control. That's the saddest lie we tell ourselves outdoors. The old logging road up there wasn't much of a road anymore. Alder and huckleberry had colonized it. You could see where trucks used to go by the way the trees formed these two long trenches, and the center rose up with undisturbed moss. The air smelled like sun on sap. Every time the breeze moved through the brush, my brain decided it was a person stepping off the road. We didn't talk unless we had to. After a while, the road curved left on the map. In real life, it curved right. We checked our compasses. We checked the sun. The map didn't match. It was old, I told myself. Logging roads get built and abandoned and rebuilt. It's fine. When we rounded the curve, we came face to face with our campsite from the ridge. Same twisted pines, same flat shelf. I swear it smelled faintly of our stove fuel. The only difference was our footprints weren't there. It was clean, like we'd never been. We all stood still like deer. I could feel the panic getting ready to break into a run in me, and I knew if that happened, we'd get hurt. I said, "We're okay." We went in a circle. It happens. We'll backtrack. We'll take the side spur. We'll drop down to the creek and pick up the loop there. I said it to keep everyone moving. We turned around. Knock, knock, knock. From behind us. Mason swore loudly. He picked up a fist-sized rock and threw it into the trees as hard as he could. The rock hit something that wasn't a tree. It hit something that moved a little, with no leaves to rattle, and then dropped into the brush. The knock came again, closer. That politely patient rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. "I hate this," Hannah said quietly. We backtracked. We dropped off the road at the spur that looked like it headed toward water. It actually did head toward water. We could hear the creek within 10 minutes, and I thought I was going to cry with relief. If you can find water and follow it down, you can hit a bigger stream, maybe a beaver pond, maybe a road. That's Wilderness 101. Only we couldn't see the creek. We could hear it, laugh at us through the trees, but the slope stayed flat and the sound never changed. We hiked toward it for an hour without the sound getting louder. Do you know how wrong that feels? Like walking toward a train and it never gets big. Like the rules were suspended. We came into an opening with a fallen log across it like a bench. For a second I was happy to sit. Then I noticed the log was not fallen. It was placed. 3 rocks had been stacked at one end. The top one wore a little crown of red ribbon. Nobody said anything. We kept walking. After that, it was like the forest wanted to tell us jokes, bad ones. We saw the same 3 trees with a twist of bark peeled off at belly height. We passed a stump that looked exactly like the one where Mason had stopped and retied his boot earlier. But that could happen in any forest. What shouldn't happen is seeing your own boot prints going the other way, and then stopping dead like you couldn't decide which direction to proceed. We followed the prints back to where the dirt turned to needles. The prints ended there. Not faded. Ended. Like someone had lifted each foot and set it down in the air. Hannah started crying silently. She put her hand on my arm like if she took it off, she'd get blown away. "Okay," I said. "We need help. We're going to go toward the sound of the creek together, and we're going to stick together, and we're going to keep going until we hit something man-made." We locked arms. It looked dumb, and it worked. When one person wanted to drift, the other 2 held them in place. The forest didn't feel like a place anymore. It felt like a test. We broke out of the trees onto a tiny old clearing with waist-high grass and a post in the middle. Nailed to the post was a sign with the Ranger District logo and the word decommissioned in big block letters, and under that, in smaller print, Forest Service use only. Behind the post, half sunk into the ground like a shipwreck, was a 1-room cabin. The door hung open. The windows were empty holes with black inside. I have never been happier to see government font in my life. We yelled hello and stepped onto the porch. The boards bent under our weight. Inside, it was dust and mouse turds and a metal desk with 1 drawer open. There was a logbook on the desk, the kind with grids and columns. We gathered around it because we wanted instructions, I think. We wanted someone with a badge to tell us what to do. Someone at some point had made notes in it that weren't official. The early entries were boring. Snowpack, trail conditions. The later ones were, I don't know what they were. "Do not answer when it uses your name," one said in pencil. "If it knocks, ignore. If it asks, decline. Won't touch the fire," another said. "Won't step across a circle, but it learns your circle. Soot works some, salt works best." People went missing. June 84, August 98, July 2003. Family reported voices. Between the lines, someone had written, "The polite one knocks." I looked at the dates. I looked at the way the pencil dug in hard like the hand that wrote it was trying to push through the paper. I flipped back a couple pages and saw a pressed wildflower taped to a page. And under it, "For Eliza." Someone had tried to erase it so the name was faint, like they didn't want anyone else to see. Cole was talking out loud to work it out like he does when he's stressed. Okay. Someone was messing with hikers. The Rangers didn't want people here. They wrote warnings to freak their friends out, because that's funny when you live in the woods too long. It's a thing, like ghost stories. Ghost stories don't follow you around in daylight, Hannah said. Ghost stories don't knock. The breeze came through the window and made the papers on the desk flutter. Outside, something shifted in the grass. Not a deer, not a small animal. The grass lay down in a line like something huge dragged itself past quietly. The smell changed for a second. Damp earth, iron, something like penny and smoke. "We should leave," Mason said. "I don't care if it's fake. I can't be here." The logbook had one more comment on the page. Water running fast confuses it. Leave before the third night. We were already heading into night 2, with the valley as our plan for night 3. No thanks. We stuffed the logbook into my pack. I know I should have left it there in case someone else needed it someday, but it felt like if we left it, the words would disappear. I wanted proof that someone else had seen this. On the way off the porch, we found evidence that made my stomach twist. Hanging from a nail on the outside wall was a red ribbon, new and bright. Tied next to it was a little bundle of twigs, the kind a bored person makes without thinking. Except 3 of the sticks were snapped at the same angle, so they made 3 identical lengths like tally marks. We didn't run. Running would have felt like admitting we were prey, but we walked fast enough to get sloppy, down a slope, through ferns that soaked our pants to the knee. We dropped onto gravel like the voice of God. It was a road, real and wide and rutted, but obviously used sometimes. There were fresh tire marks, and not illusions either. You could put your finger in them and feel the crumbled grit. We followed the road until it came to a gate. Past the gate, 3 more rock stacks stood like a little welcoming committee. Red ribbons fluttered on all 3 in the faintest breeze. My eyes fell apart. It felt like the forest pressed its forehead against the glass beside my brain and smiled without its mouth. "Back over," Mason said, and put 1 foot on the lowest bar of the gate like he was going to climb it anyway, and barrel past the stacks. The air on the other side felt colder, like a freezer that's been opened. The first knock hit the gate itself. The metal hummed. We didn't climb. We turned and took the road the other way. 100 yards down, it forked. 2 identical tracks, both faint but visible. You don't think about how terrifying choices are until you're afraid of making the wrong one. Everyone stood and waited for me to pick. I did rock, paper, scissors in my head and chose left. A mile later, the road dead-ended at a blowdown so thick it would take a crew with chainsaws a week to clear. We scrambled through anyway, scratched and swearing. On the other side of the blowdown, we found a campsite. Our campsite. The same log moved next to the fire ring. 2 flat spots for tents. Even a length of cord tied around the same 2 trees, like a nerve between them. No footprints. No food wrappers. Just waiting. "My God," Cole said softly. "It's funny. It thinks this is funny." I wanted to keep going, but the light was messing out on us. The forest was going to go black before we could find anything better. We had to make decisions to stay alive, not to feel good. We pulled our tents out like we were defusing a bomb. I told everyone to grab all the sticks we could and pile them in a circle around the campsite, like a stupid barrier. But I needed to be doing something. Hannah tore pages out of the logbook and charred them with a lighter, and we smeared the black ash in a ring around the tents because of what we'd read about soot. I know how it sounds. I don't care. It made me feel like we weren't just lying down to die. We didn't build a fire. We ate cold food. We sat with our packs on. We waited. When the first knock came, no one jumped. We were out of jumps. It came at the same steady pace. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Then a voice that wasn't any of ours said Mason's name. We didn't answer. The voice said it again, perfectly patient. The ash ring felt ridiculous. The forest pressed in like a crowd at a concert. Then it changed what it said. It used my full name, the one nobody uses, the one from the DMV. I swallowed bile. It must have seen my license when I dropped my wallet. Except I hadn't. I patted my pocket like a lunatic just to make sure. The voice said it again, closer this time, with this polite little smile in it. Hannah said very quietly, "Ask it a question." Like what? Anything that a person would know. I took a breath and said, "What color is my car?" I said it out loud, not to it, but into the air like I was asking the night. I shouldn't have done that. I know that now. I made it a conversation. There was a long pause. Then the voice said, "Blue." My car is gray. It wasn't guessing. It was telling me a fact that was wrong because facts are just another set of noises to something that learns by ear. I don't know how long the knocking lasted. The way your brain handles time when you're scared is not rational. Hours feel like rings of a tree. Layers build up. I remember at some point my legs went numb, and then the pins and needles came, and that meant I was still alive. At some point, I started to fall asleep sitting up, which I didn't think was possible with adrenaline. That's the scariest part of all of this to me. Your body will betray you in the middle of a nightmare to make its own nightmare. Somewhere around what I think was 2 a.m, the knocking stopped mid-sentence. It had been saying variations on our names and little phrases it had stolen from earlier. It stopped like someone pressed pause. Then I heard it take in a breath of air. It sounded like it was standing maybe 5 feet from the ash ring. I could hear the wet in the inhale. The ash ring gave me courage I didn't deserve. I whispered, "Don't come in." It whispered back, the exact shape of my whisper, "Don't come in." That was when I started to cry, quietly and angrily, because it wanted me to. It had learned that too, I think. It had learned quiet anger tastes different than loud fear. I pressed my forehead against my knees and breathed through my nose, and I swore that if we got out of this, I'd never come back to this forest again. Not even on Google Maps. Not even in my head. At dawn, the first bird sang. You don't realize what a miracle that is until you've spent a night with a thing that doesn't understand dawn. That bird cut something in half for me. The knocking didn't come back with the sun. The air got warmer by a degree. We stood up like a group of 80-year-olds and started moving. We smeared more soot at the tent doors for the 30 seconds it took to pack everything with new dexterity. We shouldered our packs and I said, "Creek." Now the word felt like a rope we could all hold. We headed toward the sound. It was there, laughing, always around the corner, but now it got louder the more we moved. We broke through into a gully full of rocks, and there it was, water actually moving. We scrambled down. The stones were slick and we almost ate it, but we got our boots in the water and the cold made me gasp. I don't know if you've ever had the feeling that the air behind you is holding something back like a dam. That's what it felt like on the rocks. The creek chopped around my shins, and it was like the rest of the forest couldn't cross. I told everyone to follow the creek down, in the water if we had to, even if it trashed our ankles, because the logbook had said water helped. Whether that was folklore or physics didn't matter. We waited for maybe an hour. That might be wrong. It could have been 15 minutes. My memory is a deck of cards shuffled by a kid. We came to a place where the creek ran under a culvert. That meant a road was above. I wanted to scream. We scrambled up the bank and struck gravel and then real dirt with ruts and a crown. Tire tracks. Oil drips. The smell of dust that cars make. We hadn't made it to heaven or anything, but it felt profoundly human in a way that hurt. We walked. Our legs didn't want to, but they did. Around a bend, a green truck sat with the Ranger District symbol on the door. For a second, all of us froze because the truck was parked at a weird angle, like whoever had pulled in had done it in a hurry. Then the driver's door opened, and a woman in a brown uniform stepped out and pushed her hat back and squinted at us in the morning light, like we were an optical illusion. She said, "Y'all good?" And we were, and we weren't. We told her we'd gotten turned around. We didn't tell her the rest right away because you sound insane with that stuff fresh on your tongue. She asked if we needed medical. No. She asked if we had water. Yes. She asked where our car was. We described the trailhead. She said we were a long way from where we thought we were. She gave us a ride on the tailgate, and the feeling of the truck moving that hummed through your bones almost made me sob with relief like a child. She fed us jerky and told us a story about a bear stealing a backpack at a campground, like she'd told it 100 times. At the trailhead, she waited to make sure our car started. Before she left, she gave me a look I couldn't read. It was like a teacher wondering whether she should say the thing that might change a life. She didn't. She said, "Take care," and drove off, and the sound of the truck fading felt like the end of a chapter. We got in the car. We were silent for a long time on the highway. The tension took so long to drop that when a billboard flashed by, it startled me. Everyone was vibrating in their own way. Mason kept opening and closing his fists like he wanted to catch something and throw it away. Hannah had tears dried on her face in long tracks. Cole had this thing he does when he's scared where his mouth goes tight and won't open. I tried to make a joke about dinner pancakes. Only the word pancakes got stuck, and I had to swallow it down. We pulled into the first diner we saw because that was a ritual, and rituals feel safe. The waitress gave us extra napkins for no reason and called us Hon, and I almost proposed to her out of gratitude for her being a person in a building with lights. We sat there pushing eggs around, and I pulled the logbook out of my pack and slid it onto the table. Fat black fly guts were smeared on one page. I flipped to the entries, and the pencil marks looked smaller in fluorescent light. We read them again. Mason put his finger on the line that said, "The polite one knocks," and he said, "This is the dumbest sentence I've ever been grateful for." Before we left the diner, my phone buzzed with a voicemail. We hadn't had service in the forest, so everything came through at once. I hit play without checking the number, and I listened to a recording of my own voice that said, "Don't come in." It said it 3 times, each more wrong, like a funhouse mirror bending a word until it breaks. It wasn't a butt dial. It wasn't a friend mocking me. It was the exact sound I had made. The breath between my teeth. The way I swallow at the end of sentences because I hate the feeling of spit in my mouth. The number was all zeros. We sat there, 4 adults who'd done a perfectly reasonable thing for fun, and stared at a phone like it had pulled a rabbit out of skin. The waitress came by with more coffee and saw our faces and asked if everything was okay. I said yes automatically. People say yes on autopilot a lot. She set down the pot and asked if we needed directions. I wanted to ask her if she'd ever heard knocking in the woods, but I couldn't be that person right then. Instead, I said, "No, but thank you," and meant the thank you in a way I don't usually. We went home. Hannah and Cole stayed at my place that night because no one wanted to be alone. We left the TV on all the way up so there would be always noise. I made a plan to return the logbook to the ranger station somehow, but then my brain sent this old superstition through like a submarine ping. If you go back, you'll find the station already has the book, and you'll have to ask yourself what you're holding. The nightmares started simple. We'd wake up to the sound of gentle knocking. It was never the door. It was always the wall next to the bed, carefully timed so you could mistake it for a neighbor at first, then placed exactly wrong so you knew a person couldn't get there without levitating. The knocking always came in threes. Then it would wait. Then it would try again. Our brains started to fill in the breaks with sounds that weren't there. The brain hates blank space. The second week, I went out to my car and found a strip of red ribbon tied to my side mirror. You can roll your eyes and say someone was messing with me, my neighbor's kid, a random prank. I stood in the parking lot and held that ribbon and felt like a joke being told to only me. I cut it off with my key and threw it in the dumpster behind the building. When I came back up to my apartment an hour later with groceries, the same ribbon was tied in the center of my front gate, in a perfect bow at my height. I moved the next month. I told people I wanted more space. The new apartment is fine. It has 2 windows that face a maple, and in the fall the light goes amber like a cheap filter. I've grown a habit of leaving the bathroom fan on at night to fill the silence with a mechanical ocean. I put salt in a jar beside the bed. I don't know if that's anything but symbolic. I don't particularly care. I tried camping again 6 months later. Not real camping. A commercial campground with RVs and kids on scooters, and a guy playing a guitar badly 2 sites over. Safety by density. I thought, okay, that thing had a ZIP code, and this place has a firewood honor box and a Coke machine. I'll be fine. I was for a while. The kids quieted down. The cranky-looking guy in the site next to me offered me a beer that I didn't take, and we traded nods like middle-aged men do. I crawled into my tent and texted Hannah that everything was fine and that I was proud of myself for trying. I fell asleep to the hum of electricity in the campground. Sometime after 1, I woke up because I'd heard something. Of course I had. I lay very still and waited to see if I was going to make it real by listening harder. Then, from right behind my head on the outside of the tent, I heard 3 polite knocks. I had the feeling you get when you know a story is making the jump from a place to a person. The knocks came again, and then the cranky guy from the site next door said, "You good in there?" Except he didn't. It was his exact voice, the exact nasal way he clipped his G's, but it was wrong in the rhythm. It put the stress on the wrong word. "You good in there?" Like a language line in a phone commercial. I didn't answer. It said, "You good in there?" Again, softly. Then it said, in my voice, "Don't come in." Once, twice, 3 times. I packed in 20 minutes flat, breaking an aluminum steak clean in half in the process. I left the steak in the ground like a little silver gravestone and didn't go back for it. I drove home with my brights on and the music off, and could feel my heart beat in my gums. I wish I had a good ending for you. I'm not going to tell you we went back with a crew and performed a ritual and now the valley is safe. I'm not going to tell you the ranger called me weeks later and told me I was brave and clever, and they'd been trying to figure that thing out since '84. The ranger did call, but it was to ask if she could come by and pick up the logbook I'd accidentally stolen. I told her yes. When she came, she brought a younger guy I think was new to the job. He had that eager, slightly cavalier ranger energy that can be charming and a little scary when you've seen more than he has. They sat at my little table, and I made coffee because I didn't know what else to do with my hands. The older ranger looked at the jar of salt beside my bed and didn't comment. I told them the story, the whole thing, all the parts you're supposed to leave out so you don't sound crazy. I expected to see that polite, pinched expression people use when they're trying to figure out where you went wrong. Instead, she nodded at a couple of the pieces like she was ticking off items on a list. When I got to the knocking on the metal gate, she wrote something down and underlined it. The younger ranger kept glancing at the door like he was imagining knocking happening right then. I felt bad for him, honestly. It's not fun to put new gravity into someone's work life. When I finished, she took a long drink of coffee and said, "Here's the part I can put in a report. The map is old. The road is patchy. People get turned around. That station's supposed to be boarded. Somebody took it down. We'll fix it." She paused. "Here's the part I can't put in a report. Sometimes the valley repeats. Not the way you think. The way water repeats when it hits rock. It's not a superstition. It's a shape." She slid the logbook into her bag like she was returning something to a friend. "Don't go back. That's all." I asked her if she believed the bits about the knocking. She didn't answer. Instead, she asked me if, growing up, the older people ever told me to count breaths when I walked past a cemetery. I said yes. She smiled a little and said, "See? We don't need to teach people to be afraid of fables. We need to teach them how to be polite to things that don't pay attention to people." When she left, she shook my hand carefully, like my fingers were important to my job, which is typing. The newer guy said, "If you ever do go back, don't go after the third night." Then he flushed a little like he knew he shouldn't have said it. Then they were gone, and my apartment was quiet, except for the fan in the bathroom and the small sound a fridge makes when it sighs. You want a piece of advice at the end of this? I know I would. Here is what I have, and it's not supernatural. It's practical. If you hear something in the woods that sounds like a person but isn't moving like a person moves, that isn't talking like a person talks, don't answer. Don't play with it. Get to running water and follow it down. If you smell coins in a place where a person wouldn't be bleeding, turn around. If you find stacks of rocks with new ribbon, you are not the first, and you may not be the particular dinner that night, but you are definitely on the menu. It's been 2 years. It doesn't knock as often anymore. Or maybe I've drowned it out with background noise. I still go outside. I still walk trails in daylight with runners and dogs and kids who throw rocks off bridges and listen for the splash. In the bright, the world feels hard to bend. But every so often, when I'm at my kitchen sink and the light hits the glass in a way that makes the room look like an aquarium, I hear, very faintly, from the wall behind my head, 3 careful taps, and then nothing. Like someone checking to see if I'm still home. Last month I got a package with no return address. The box was just big enough for 1 book, and inside, under a packing slip that said Fulfillment Center and nothing else, was the logbook. The same smears, the same pages, the same pressed flour. I flipped it open and every page was blank again. The pencil had been erased so thoroughly the paper was fuzzy. On the inside cover, in blue ink at a slant, someone had written, "Sorry. Please return." They'd underlined please 4 times. I took it to the ranger station. The building was the kind with siding that makes everything look like a dentist's office. A college kid at the front desk took it and disappeared into the back. The older ranger came out 10 minutes later and put her hand on the book like a pastor and said, "You're a good person for bringing this back." I told her I hadn't kept it on purpose. She nodded. Of course. Things have a way of staying with people. On the way out, I looked at the notice board by the door, where they put pictures of animals and warnings about burn bans. There was a small flyer, black and white, the kind you'd expect someone to print at home. It said, "Missing. August. Male, 29, brown hair. Last seen near the old road." A photo of a guy in sunglasses smiling at a lake. The reflection of a woman taking the picture inside his lenses. A phone number with the last 4 digits scratched out and replaced by pen. The month was this August. The paper was fresh and the staple was shiny and new. I went home and I didn't tell anyone that part for a while because it felt like a betrayal. I'm telling you now because if it is your friend on that paper someday, I want you to know that if you hear a polite knock in the woods, it's not necessarily a stranger. It might sound like the voice you're hoping to hear. It might be able to say your full name like a DMV worker who's read it off a slip. It may be patient enough to stand outside your tent all night long and practice how you breathe. Being polite is not the same thing as being good. The other night, I woke up to 3 taps on the wall. I lay there counting heartbeats. I don't know why counting helps, but it does. 30 is survivable. After a while, the taps stopped and I almost smiled. Then my phone buzzed with a new voicemail. No number. I pressed play and listened to the sound of a creek. It was actually peaceful. Then, in the middle of the water, my own voice said, "Don't come in." And in the background, very faint, someone laughed. Not cruel, just soft and pleased, like we were doing a joke together. The voicemail ended with 3 taps. I didn't call the Rangers again. I turned on the bathroom fan, and then I got in my car and drove to the all-night grocery store and bought 6 pounds of salt and left half of it in a heavy line along my windowsill and half of it in the trunk. It won't help, probably. It makes me feel like I'm doing something besides waiting for knocks. I tell you this because nobody believes scary camping stories until they're sitting up in a tent with their mouth open, listening to a voice that doesn't belong to a person ask them to unzip the door. A lot of people think they'll be brave. Maybe you will be. Maybe you'll refuse to talk to it. And you'll follow water. And you'll see the ranger truck in the morning. And the hum through your bones will feel like a benediction. Maybe you'll go home and you'll make a big deal out of pancakes to stitch something comforting over the parts that frayed. You'll still hear 3 taps sometimes. And you'll be okay. Because okay is a flexible word. There were 4 of us on that trip. We came back 4. That's the part I almost don't want to mention, because it makes the rest easier to shrug off. The horror is usually sharper when someone's missing. But that's not the point of this. The point is that we met something that wanted to be invited. It knocked. It asked questions using our sounds. It stood politely outside a line of ash and thought about the shape of a circle. It wanted what a lot of things want, I think. It wanted in. If you go camping this season, you'll have normal things to worry about. Bring enough water. Hang your food. Keep your headlamp where you can grab it. Let someone know where you're going. I would add one more thing to your list. Don't answer the knock. If you hear your own voice tell you otherwise, it's lying. And if you find a photo on the trail of a campsite that looks exactly like yours, leave it where it is. That's not a memory. That's bait. I never knew a human voice could keep living in your head after the person was gone. Not like a memory. Not like, oh yeah, I remember how they sounded. But like an old cassette stuck on loop somewhere behind your eyes. It's weird what you keep. I don't remember my graduation speech, or what I wore to prom, or half the names of the kids I sat next to for 12 years. But I can hear Mr. Harlan saying, "Look up, eyes on me," as clear as if he's standing over my shoulder right now. The only way to tell this is to tell it straight. No spooky embellishments, no dramatic flair. I'm past that. You can judge for yourself if I'm being over the top. I hope you do, honestly. I hope this sounds too much. Because if it doesn't, you'll carry his voice too. We called him Harlan, like he was one of those teachers who thinks using first names makes them cool. He taught film studies and English lit at our high school, and he was the kind of guy who made everyone want to do better without yelling. He'd do that thing where he leaned back against his desk, sleeves rolled to his elbows, eyes half squinting behind those thick black frames, and you felt like you were in a movie. The background would blur, and you were the protagonist under the spotlight. When he talked about character, it felt like confession. When he talked about editing, it felt like he understood how you cut pieces of your day into something that could be survived. He could give a pass to the varsity kids who forgot their homework, or spend an hour after class with the weird kid who just wanted to show him a video of streetlights flickering. He was charismatic. That's the word nobody wanted to say after everything, but it's the right one. He filled the space in front of him. Senior year, I took both his classes. I liked cameras. I liked stories. I liked that he called me Ramirez, like a coach even though I never played anything. I liked that he didn't laugh when I said I wanted to make documentaries. He said good documentaries are about seeing what people pretend not to, which sounds like a poster you'd find in a dorm. But the way he said it felt like an encouragement and a dare. The first time I heard him say, "Look up, eyes on me," he was teaching us to frame interviews. Everyone slouched in those plastic seats, blue pens clicking, the clock just loud enough to make you angry at time itself. He walked between our rows with a battered Canon DSLR and the neck strap hanging loose. He held the camera over us, shooting down. "If you want to make people look small, like they're prey," he said in this calm way, "you shoot from above." He tilted the camera up at his chin so we were looking up his nose and laughed with a bunch of us. "If you want them to look big, powerful, or scary, low angle. You crouch, you kneel, you get on the ground, you make your back hurt for the shot." Then he put the camera on the desk and made a little triangle with his fingers. But the best trick is just to be the person they trust to hold the camera. People tell you everything when there's glass between you and them. Now, look up. Eyes on me. You can imagine how many times we sparked that phrase back at him over the next few months. People would shout it in the cafeteria. He'd lean into it in class, smile when he said it, like he knew we were all in on the joke. Look up. Eyes on me. Our group chat used it as a signature for a few weeks. We were 4 in our crew. Me, Shay, twin brothers Drew and Evan, and sometimes Misha, if she wasn't doing sports journalism. Shay was going to NYU to write screenplays. Drew and Evan were impossible to separate even if they tried. We were the ones who thought we were going to make something of ourselves, which is so hilarious and stupid and heartbreaking when I think about it now. We'd stay late in the editing lab with Harlan, eating stale pretzels from the vending machine and cutting our little short films about nothing. He'd watch them and pause at weird moments and say, "There. That's a human moment." Then he'd tell us to build around that. He had a way of naming things in you that you hadn't even decided were there yet. Shay says none of us are responsible for what came next. I know she believes it when she says it. I believe it in the daylight. But the brain is a shitty lawyer and an excellent archivist. It keeps receipts that make no legal sense. Like the time I laughed when Harlan imitated the math teacher's voice, or the way my stomach buzzed when he asked me to show him the footage I shot on weekends. Every little thing slots into a case against you. I can hear my own defense collapsing. It started with a missing person, not one of us. A girl from a town over named Lily. She wasn't in our school, but people knew people. Screenshots of her Instagram started going around with hashtags and helpline numbers. She had braces and that kind of smile that you can feel even when it's pixelated. The kind that makes you think of summers and sunburns and iced drinks sweating onto your legs. She disappeared after a house party at the end of August. Everyone shared the same 3 pictures of her on their stories. We held our breath for a week, and then we let it out in this quiet, guilty way, because as long as it wasn't one of ours, you could go back to calculus. 2 weeks later, a girl from our school didn't show up to first period. Her name was Maddie. We had gym together freshman year. She always kept her hair in a messy bun and her mascara thick enough to count as armor. She had a brother in my class, Jacob, this big guy who wore flannel even when it was hot. Jacob was in my English lit class with Harlan. He came in second period with eyes like bruises and sat without taking off his backpack. Harlan noticed. He always noticed. After class, he asked Jacob to stay back. I hovered, pretending to shove papers in my bag slower than time itself. I shouldn't have, and I did. It's one of those receipts I mentioned. I heard Harlan lower his voice and say, "Do you want me to call someone?" "We can do that together." Jacob said, "No." They already know. The cops checked in on everyone, asked where people were on such and such a date, said the words, "Just routine," like that made anything less terrifying. They set up a table in the cafeteria one day for tips, which had the opposite effect of what they wanted because nobody wants to walk up to a cop in front of their peers and say, "I saw something." Someone started a rumor that a white pickup truck had been seen near where Lily's phone last pinged. The rumor grew a dent in the tailgate. The dent grew a sticker of a skull. That's how rumors work. They keep accessorizing themselves until they feel like a person you could blame. Harlan handled all of this like a person you wanted to be near in a storm. He made space in the lab for anyone who didn't want to sit in loud rooms. He let kids put their heads down as long as they kept their earbuds low. He brought in this old analog TV he found at a thrift store and played old silent films during lunch, like Chaplin and Méliès, stuff with big expressions and no dialogue, so nobody had to pretend they weren't listening for their name in someone's whisper. He said stories existed before there were words for them, and we could just watch shapes move across a screen and remember that people have done that for 100 years. In October, he announced a special project for film studies, a portrait of the town. He said we were all going to capture an ordinary day in ordinary places. Gas station, grocery store, park, school hallways, the weird antique store that never seemed to sell anything. And then we'd cut them together into a 10-minute short called on any given day, like we were making a love letter to a place that rarely gets one. He talked about how documentaries aren't just facts, they're arrangements, and that what you leave out is as important as what you put in. He asked me to lead the edit. He said I had good hands, which made me stand a little taller, and then hate myself for that later. We shot everything. We did it the way he taught us. I got bored in an aisle at Save More filming a man counting cans, and then realized the rhythm of his hands was hypnotic. Drew and Evan did a time-lapse of the park from sunrise to the lunchtime dog parade. Shay got permission to shoot in the roller rink during disco night, lights scattering like confetti that had forgotten how to fall. We shot lockers slamming, a bus driver checking her mirrors with tenderness, a chess club match that was so intense you could have scored it like a fight. It felt good to have a project that felt like it mattered and didn't at the same time. One night, Harlan texted our group chat and told us to meet him at the old rail bridge just outside town at 10 p.m. Best light, he said. He wasn't wrong. The full moon made everything look expensive. The bridge was closed to cars, but people walked it sometimes, even though there were signs telling you not to, because the boards made this hollow sound beneath your feet like a warning. We set up the tripod and did some long exposures of headlights washing under the bridge like schools of fish. We took turns holding our breath and trying not to shiver when the wind came through like it remembered we were alive. Harlan told us about how real night shoots are the worst, because every second you aren't rolling is $10, lighting is wasting. He filmed us as much as we filmed the road. Behind the scenes, he said, half joking. He liked those shots. People doing a thing that wasn't the thing. It was after midnight when he finally said, "That's enough," and clapped the air like a coach. "You've earned breakfast." We ended up at a diner that was only open that late on Fridays for the bar crowd. We ordered pancakes the size of our faces and eggs that tasted like the griddle had history. Harlan told us about his failed short films, his first job in a wedding video company, where the bride punched the groom in the parking lot, and he captured it in 4K, and then had to pretend he didn't. He had a million stories like that. He made us laugh. It felt like we were older, like we'd been let in on a secret. At one point, I went to the bathroom and, on the way back, looked through the little hallway to the kitchen where Harlan stood near the swinging door talking to the waitress. He wasn't flirting. He had that same gentle, half-tilted head he used with us, like he was curious, like what she was saying was the most important thing he'd hear that night. That was the night I decided if I got into state college with a film program, I'd go. That's also the last night I remember going to sleep without needing the TV on for company. 2 weeks later, the police found a body in the woods outside town. It was Lily, not Maddie. I don't have the words to make that sentence softer. The town didn't either. They closed school for a day and opened it again, because what else do you do? The principal gave an assembly that felt like a voicemail you didn't want to leave. The police presence on campus doubled. You couldn't step outside for a breath without having to explain you weren't in crisis. People cried in bathrooms and missed class, and came back with faces like road maps. We finished the town portrait, because finishing is something you do when you don't know what else to do. The edit was good. Not because I'm incredible or anything, but because we had so many tiny, precise moments that added up to a picture that was neither an accusation nor a love story, just a whole thing where people made their small ways through hours. Harlan stood behind me as I exported, one hand on the chair, and said, "This is what I want." You didn't lie. You didn't force meaning on anything. He asked me to copy the project to a hard drive for him. I did. He put the drive in the inside pocket of his jacket like it was valuable. We presented the film at the Winter Arts Night in December. People clapped in that small-town way, polite and supportive, like they understood they were clapping for us trying. Parents told us it was beautiful, and it made them cry. It felt like we gave something back, even if it was just 10 minutes of remembering you can arrange life into something that makes a shape. Maddie was still missing in January. Her brother stopped coming to school. His friends wore hoodies with her name ironed onto the back in varsity font, like maybe treating a girl like a team would make her return to the field. Someone started a fundraiser for the family. Everyone reposted the link. Searches were organized and people brought granola bars and flashlights like they were going camping with 100 strangers. Harlan showed up at one of the searches in a puffy blue jacket, offered to organize groups, asked if people were okay to be in the woods without freaking out. He had a way of making chaos feel rehearsed. That's a compliment I would use for him in any other world. This is where the story starts to bend, and you have to decide whether I'm seeing patterns because I want to, or because they're there. I get it. If I were you, I wouldn't trust me either. Harlan started assigning more personal projects. He called them confessional constraints. Write a 2-page story about the thing you'll never say out loud. Shoot a 2-minute video with no faces in it that makes us feel fear. Record a voiceover of a person you care about without telling us who they are, and edit it over footage that contradicts their words. It was cool. It was also, I don't know. He was always like that. But now, with the missing posters on the doors, it felt like he was asking us to put our hands near a wound. One night in early February, I stayed late to color correct Shay's short. Harlan was there, his office light on, door open like always. He left around 7 with this, "Don't burn the place down, Ramirez," that he always said because I once spilled coffee near the keyboard sophomore year. I said, "Wouldn't dream of it," like I always did. He laughed. He left. I stayed. At 8:30, the custodian came by to lock up. He knows me. He likes that I say hi to him instead of pretending he's a robot who cleans while we sleep. He said, "10 minutes, kid." I don't want Holbrook yelling at me for missing his shows. Holbrook is the principal. He calls all school events shows because I think he dreams of Broadway. I exported Shay's file and sent her a done text with a fire emoji. When I packed up, I noticed Harlan's door was still open. I don't know why I looked in. Maybe because it was a ritual. Maybe because I wanted to see if he'd left his mug again so I could text him a picture and say, "Found your fuel," and he'd reply with that coffee cup emoji he overused. I glanced in and saw his desk clear, except for his battered cannon, the strap coiled neatly like a sleeping snake. He never left it at school. That pinged something in me. The way a house feels wrong when a picture on the wall is crooked. I picked it up, said, "Oops," to nobody, and planned to drop it at the office so they could lock it with lost and found until morning. The camera was lighter than mine. He had older gear because he said the lens matters more than the body, and the story matters more than either. I don't know why I flipped the power on. I don't know why my thumb slid to play. Curiosity is a muscle, and mine was ripped from overuse. The last clip came up on the tiny bad screen, date stamped from that afternoon. It was the hallway outside our classroom. Nobody in the shot. The camera was waist height, maybe placed on a locker shelf. The audio was muffled. A voice said, "You sure?" and another voice laughed. Then Harlan walked past the frame in his blue jacket. He looked like himself. He said, "Eyes on me," almost under his breath, and then the clip ended. I scrolled back. Clip before that. Dark room, handheld, the scratchy sound of fabric rubbing the mic. No useful video, just motion blur, but this low, breathy voice, his voice, saying, "There we are." Another clip. A girl's shoes, scuffed white sneakers on grass. "Watch your step," he says, which is such a Harlan thing to say. And then, "It's okay. We're okay." The camera tilts up, quick. Not enough to see a face, just skirtum, the edge of a hoodie. Then static. Then black. I stood there in the doorway like a thief who doesn't know why they have stolen what they've stolen. I felt hot. You know that feeling when your cheeks go red before your brain catches up, like embarrassment is outrunning your thoughts? That. I told myself it was nothing. Harlan filmed everything. He had 1,000 clips of our hands, the back of our heads, the way light hits a locker latch. But I also felt like I was looking into something that didn't want to be looked into, which is a stupid sentence. Cameras want to be looked into. That's their whole deal. I scrolled back again. There were dozens of clips like that. Feet, corners of rooms, a car seat, the inside of a pantry, like the camera had been left on during a move. His voice whispering. Other voices too. One of them said, "Are you filming?" And he said, "We're always filming." And I laughed, because that was exactly the kind of thing he'd say for a teaching moment. And then I didn't laugh, because my hands were trembling. And I thought, why is everything so careful? The room got very quiet. The hallway outside sounded like it was in another building. I backed out like leaving a sleeping baby alone. I turned off the camera. I told myself I was overreacting. I put the Canon on his chair, like a person leaving milk out for a cat. And I left the way you leave a church after knocking over a candle. Slow enough to pretend control. Fast enough to prove you don't have any. I didn't sleep that night. I lay there with my phone on my chest and the ceiling fan cutting circles into the dark. I kept hearing his voice in those clips. Not what he said, but how he said it. He had a camera voice. You know how some people talk to dogs in a voice you would never use in conversation? He had that voice for the lens. It was pitched lower, comforting, always steady, like he was in charge of time. Once you hear a person's camera voice, you realize they've been practicing it when you weren't around. I kept telling myself I should tell someone, but tell what? I looked through my teacher's camera because I was nosy and I didn't like the vibes. Also, he let us use his gear all the time. I had no right. Also, I loved the guy, which is a hard sentence to type. But there it is, not romantic love. The other kind. The kind where you trust someone with your raw footage and your half-thoughts, and the part of you that believes you might make something worth watching. I told Shay the next day because if I didn't tell someone, the thoughts would keep breeding. We were sitting in the parking lot before first period in her mom's Prius, which always smelled faintly like oranges. I told her about the clips. I told her about the shoes and the voice. She said, "That's creepy." I said, "It could be nothing." She said, "It could be something." We sat there with that. She drummed her fingers on the steering wheel. "You think we should tell like Holbrook?" I pictured Holbrook blinking at us with his fish eyes and saying words like allegations and serious and inappropriate. I pictured Harlan being called into the office to find out his favorite student snooped and now thought he was weird. The shame felt like a physical thing, like I'd swallowed a paperclip. "No," I said, which is the moment I hate the most when I rewind all this. Not because it would have fixed everything, but because it would have made me a different person. Shay said, "Then we watch." She said it like that, simple, decisive. We pay attention. If it gets more creepy, we do something. Promise? She held out her pinky like we were 6. I hooked mine to hers like we were 6. We watched. We didn't like what we saw, but it was all small things, contextless. Harlan had his camera voice more often. He started showing up in places and saying that he was there by coincidence, which maybe he was. He held Maddie's mother's hand while she cried in the hallway and looked like a picture of compassion, and I felt this intrusive thought like, that's a good shot. He stayed late. He got to school early. He was always tired but never irritated, which is not normal for a teacher in February. One afternoon, he asked me to help him carry boxes to the storage room behind the auditorium. It's a weird space back there, full of props from decades of school plays, fake swords and costumes that smell like dust and tears. He set down the box, wiped his hands, and said, "What do you see, Ramirez?" I thought it was a trick. He loved pop quizzes about nothing. "I see a room full of ghosts," I said, trying to be charming, and he smiled the way people smile when they're glad you didn't disappoint them. "Look closer," he said. He pointed at a rack of old clothes covered in plastic. "See that?" It was a VHS camcorder on a shelf above the clothes, covered in a soft layer of grime. He lifted it, heavy in his hands, and blew dust off slow so it didn't just fly in our faces. "This is a dinosaur," he said, reverent. "I used one like this my first year teaching." He set it on a rolling cart, plugged it into the wall with a frayed cable he found in a box like he knew it would be there. The little screen flickered on, blue. He hit eject. There was a tape inside. "I wonder what's on here," he said. We both know VHS tapes are treasure chests. They are always something. He pushed the tape back in and hit play. The screen showed a school play from before I was born, the kind where kids wave at the camera and the camera operator keeps forgetting to zoom out. It was nothing. It was everything. It was so normal that it made me feel stupid for expecting blood to drip out of the speaker. I laughed. He laughed. "Memory," he said, patting the camcorder like a dog. "It's all just memory." I think he knew I knew. That's the worst part. He knew I was watching, and he wanted me to watch. He wanted me to see how careful he was. He wanted me to admire it. In March, Drew and Evan disappeared for a weekend. Not like vanished. Their mom posted a photo of them at their cousin's in Vermont. But when they came back, they were different. More quiet. They sat on either side of me in film studies, and I could feel them thinking, like actual heat. After class, Evan asked me to come to the parking lot. He never asked for anything from anyone. He was the kind of kid who just did his stuff. He handed me a USB stick. "Tell me if this is nothing," he said, almost angry. We sat in my car with the USB in my laptop, because at this point our lives were a TV show we couldn't turn off. The drive had one folder. The folder had one video file. The video had no audio and no opening titles, because he's not an amateur. The first shot was the old rail bridge at night, the one we filmed at, and children's chalk drawings on the planks that looked ghostly under the moon. The shot panned like a body turning over in its sleep. It settled on a shadow leaning on the railing. You could tell it was Harlan even though it was just a silhouette. The way he holds himself. You know a person's posture like you know a song's rhythm. He was holding his cannon. He lifted it like an offering. He pointed it down at the water, then at the path leading into the trees. He was filming. Of course he was. Then the camera moved to the left, slow, almost dreamlike. It framed the opposite railing where someone had tied a ribbon. Pink. It fluttered in the wind. The shot held. And then a figure walked into frame from the path. Small. Hoodie pulled up. The figure leaned against the rail a few feet from Harlan and kicked the board like kids do when they're waiting. You couldn't see a face. You could see the nervous foot. You could see shoulders that didn't know how to be confident. Harlan said something. The figure nodded. Harlan stepped closer. The camera drifted toward them like it was a person trying to eavesdrop without getting caught. It cut. Not like a camera cut. Like an edit. Like someone took the footage and sliced out pieces only they thought mattered. The next shot was the woods. The sound was still muted, probably in the edit. Moonlight made the trees look like bones. Two shapes moved between trunks. You only saw them when they crossed into lighter patches. Harlan's jacket, the hoodie. At one point, the hoodie stumbled, went to a knee, stood up, brushed their palm on their jeans. Harlan reached out and steadied them. The camera framed that hand, his hand on their elbow, like he was proud of that image. It cut again. Close-up of a zipper being pulled. A bag. I don't want to describe what was inside because it wasn't gore, and that almost makes it worse. It was rope. It was duct tape. It was a folded tarp. Items, inoculated by being ordinary. The shot held just long enough for you to understand without the film telling you what to think. Evan said, "There's more." He was whispering, even though we were in the privacy of my car, with the engine off and the windows fogging slightly from our breath. He scrubbed the timeline forward, and I watched my entire insides tilt. There was a girl's mouth. It filled the frame. It was lit by a flashlight the way horror movies do when they want you to see pores and panic. Her lips were chapped. A strip of tape covered them. She was making noise behind it, but we couldn't hear. The shot trembled slightly, maybe from breath, maybe from something else. The camera dropped lower. A hoodie was bunched against her chin. Her eyes were closed. Her lashes were wet. Then a hand came into the frame, and you could tell by the scar on the knuckle that it was Harlan's because he told us once he cut it on a can when he was a kid. His hand stroked her hair back from her forehead like a brother would in a hospital room. He said words we couldn't hear. The camera pulled back enough to show the tarp beneath her, blue, crinkled. The duct tape on her wrists. I think I stopped breathing. In the memory, I'm holding my breath for the entire rest of the video, like that would keep anything worse from happening. It cut again, mercifully, to trees. Just trees for a long time. Then the shot tilted up to the sky, and you could see a plane crossing, tiny and uncaring. Then black. Evan closed the laptop. Neither of us moved. He said, "It was on my porch." His voice broke on porch. "This morning, in an envelope. No note. We thought about the obvious things you think about. Go to the police, go to the principal, delete it, make copies, run." I staticked between options like a radio stuck between stations. We went to Shay. She closed the door to her room and put a towel under it like we were smoking weed. even though we were just bringing in this other kind of smoke. She watched the video with the same posture you have when you're trying not to startle a deer. When it ended, she stood and paced the length of her room 4 times, counting out steps under her breath the way she does when she's writing. She stopped and said, "He sent this." We blinked at her like morons. "What?" "He sent this to you," she said to Evan. "He sent it because we're his audience." She looked at me when she said that, and I felt myself flinch. "He wants us to see how good he is." The nausea was dizzying. She was right. I knew it. Out loud I said, "We should call someone." She said, "We will. But if he sent this to us, he's telling us he knows us. He might know we're moving. He might be watching our doors. We have to be smart." Being smart felt like being a coward. It felt like being careful in a fire. But she was right. We made copies. We put the USB back in the envelope and put it on Evan's porch again, in case that meant anything to whoever was keeping score. We slept at Shay's that night, because her parents were home and asleep by 10, and we told ourselves nothing bad could happen in a house with snoring parents and a dog that growled at leaves. Nobody slept. We watched each other pretend to sleep. I took the video to the police the next day. I didn't go to the front desk and say, "Here's our teacher." I went to the detective who had visited our school, a woman named Alvarez who had eyes like she had seen every kind of bad and knew how to keep standing. I said we found it. I said it was on a bench at the park. I lied with the conviction of a kid who has never lied about anything that mattered. I felt like she could see through me to the bones of the lie. She watched. She didn't react. She watched it again. She paused. She wrote down time codes like people in movies do, except this was not a movie and nobody would yell cut if I got too scared. She asked me if I knew who the people were. I said no. Not because I didn't know one of them, because knowing and telling are different kinds of knowing, and I was not brave in the way I want to be when I remember this. She asked me if I knew anything about the place. I said the old bridge looked familiar, but there are a million bridges. She looked at me for a long time that made me want to confess things I hadn't done just to fill the silence. She said, "You did the right thing bringing this in," which was supposed to make me feel okay. It didn't. The cops got busy in a way that made the air feel metallic. More cars around campus, more plainclothes in hallways who look exactly like cops, even if they're wearing hoodies. Harlan was calm. He taught his classes like a person balancing heavy things in their hands. Careful, upright, smile small at the corners. He didn't look at me differently, which was somehow worse than if he had. Sometimes he'd glance at the door like he expected a cue. Sometimes he'd press his lips together in a way that read, on camera, like concern. If I were editing his day, I would have cut in a shot of his hands, which were always clean, nails trimmed. A week later, they found another video. Not we. They, the school. Someone emailed a link to the principal's office. No note, just a subject line. For your archives, Holbrook is not a threaded person. He does not keep things in his head. But he knew to forward it to the police, and to shut his office door, and to not leave until they got there. After school, rumors spread like blood in water. People said a teacher was involved, which is one of those rumors that shows up fast, because it's obvious and true in general ways that have nothing to do with what's real. Someone said they saw a guy in a suit walk out of Harlan's room with a coil of cable like a trophy. Someone else said Harlan left at lunch and didn't come back. That was true. He didn't come back. A special announcement came on the intercom like a horror movie. Feedback, and then a voice asking us to stay calm. We were released class by class to the parking lot where parents were waiting with faces that were trying to be not faces. I stood in the hallway outside the editing lab as a police officer unspooled yellow tape like he was roping off a magic trick. I saw Alvarez walk past me without seeing me, which felt like looking at someone on a TV through your own TV. I wanted to grab her arm and say, "We have to move faster," like I knew how fast he was moving. Which I didn't, because we were not the ones holding the camera. My mom drove me home and kept touching the back of my head like I was younger. She made spaghetti and stirred the sauce like it had wronged her. I showered because it seemed like an action. I got into my pajamas and stared at the ceiling again. The house felt like a submarine. The windows had become screens. Every light switch clicked too loud. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. It said, "Look up." I sat up like my body was a puppet and someone had yanked the strings. The house was quiet except for the refrigerator. The dog's nails clicked on the hallway. I typed, "Who is this?" and then deleted it because he would love that. Another text. "Eyes on me." I didn't want to move. I wanted to be a picture, but something made me turn. My bedroom window faces the street. My blinds were down. A shadow moved across them. Not a person's shadow, a smaller, tighter shape. The lens hood of a camera, black and round like an eye. It floated left to right, slow. It stopped in the middle of the window and held there. I could hear my own heartbeat as a sound in the room. My mouth went dry. I went very still, like he was a predator that reacted to motion, like this was a nature documentary about me. I did not open the blinds. I did not scream. I reached, very slow, for my phone. My fingers were stupid. I typed 911, and then I didn't hit call, because in that second, I was sure the sound would make whoever was outside lunge at the glass. The lens shadow slid away like it had seen enough. I waited 30 seconds because that's how long the bravest person I could imagine would wait. Then I ran into the hall yelling for my mom. The dog barked with such violence that I was suddenly, painfully in love with him. The police came. They walked the yard with flashlights, and the neighbor's porch light was on, and people stood in their windows pretending not to. The dog sniffed air and peed on the hydrangeas. Alvarez came too. She looked at the window and then at me, and she put her hand on my shoulder, and she didn't move it for a second, which is a thing a person does when they want to share some of their steadiness with you. I cried then. Not pretty. No soundtrack. All the terror I had neatly packaged leaked out. I hated that I cried. I also loved that I was still a person who could cry. By morning, Harlan was wanted for questioning. That's how they phrased it on the news. Everyone knew what that meant. They had searched his classroom and his apartment. They found electronic equipment, which is such a non-sentence it makes me angry. Alvarez came by our house. She asked me to tell her everything I had seen on his camera in February. I told her, and then I told her about the texts. She asked to see my phone. She asked if I had ever given my number to Harlan. I said yes. He had the class group chat. She asked if I had ever been alone with him in a car. I said yes, after shoots, once or twice. She asked me if he had ever touched me. I said no. And then I felt guilty for the people who couldn't say no. She nodded in that sad way that says thank you. and I'm sorry. At the same time, she told us to go stay with my aunt for a few days, which we did. Our house felt like it had been opened like a letter. They caught him 2 days later, not in town, at a motel off the highway near the state line. The night clerk recognized his face from the news and kept his cool long enough to hand him a room key and then go into the back and call the police like he was a spy. I wonder if that guy thinks of himself as a hero now. I hope he does. I hope he has a drink named after him somewhere. The news said Harlan didn't resist, which makes me ill because he never had to be the big guy in a room with actual muscle. He had other kinds of power. When they searched his car, they found a box of tapes. Actual tapes. Mini DV, the kind you used in older digital camcorders. They found hard drives too. Lots. Labeled with dates and short words like park and bridge and kitchen, which is boring in a list and terrifying when you imagine the edit. They found a map with pins. They found a bag. You can imagine the rest. They found Maddie. I won't type the details. You can look them up if you're that kind of person. And if you are, I'm sorry for your life. I'm not trying to be holier than you. I have watched too many things I shouldn't. But I won't put those words in my mouth again. What I will say is, he documented everything. Not everything. He wasn't an idiot. But enough. Enough to tell a story. Not a confession. A film. He made films about what he did. He made himself into an auteur of horror, an artist of harm. He framed fear and quieted sound. He orchestrated movement. He made the audience complicit. He sent us a cut like a director sending dailies to a producer. We were supposed to nod at his craft. People called him a monster because that's easier than calling him a teacher. I understand. I have called him worse in my head at 3 a.m. But here's the thing I can't unknow. His voice got into us because we let it. Not on purpose. Not because we were naive. Because we wanted to be seen, and he had a way of looking that felt like salvation. That's how he did it. Not by jumping out of bushes. By offering the camera and saying, "Look up." We did. That's not an accusation. It's an anatomy. The trial was a year later. He pled not guilty at first, which felt like a scene he was directing. The outrage, the victims' families, the how dare he. Then his public defender did the smart numbers in the back room with the prosecutors, and he changed his plea to guilty on some counts to avoid the needle. There were too many counts. The number of separate charges felt like a stack of paper you could hurt someone with. They asked me to testify about the video on my porch. I did. I wore a suit I borrowed from my uncle, and it fit badly in the shoulders. The courtroom smelled like carpet and old men. When they called me, I walked like I was balancing a book on my head. I looked everywhere but at him. When they asked me to identify him, I said, in the tiniest voice I've ever used in public, "That man?" And I pointed, and then I looked by accident. He looked exactly like himself. That's the part I want to underline. He looked like the guy who taught you the rule of thirds. He looked like the guy who told you your story mattered. He looked like an advertisement for mentorship. When it was over, and the judge said numbers that meant life, there was this release in the room like a held-back tide finally finding a break in the seawall. Some people cried. Some people cheered. I stood in a hallway and felt like a plug had been pulled in my stomach and everything inside was draining slow. Shay hugged me so hard I thought my ribs would bend. Evan and Drew stood behind her, awkward in suits, trying to be small in a room that doesn't allow small. Misha had a press badge. She didn't look at us because she doesn't mix work with life, which is how she stays sane. Alvarez shook my hand and said, "You were brave," and I liked that she didn't say "are" like it's a permanent state. Brave was a verb for a day. That should be the end. That's the version where you roll credits, and 2 years later you make a thoughtful podcast about the ethics of true crime. But here's what I haven't told you yet. The part that makes my fingertips go cold when I type it even now. A month after the trial, I got a certified letter. It was one of those envelopes that feel serious, with green and white stickers and a tracking number. I signed for it even though I knew what it was would be bad. Inside was a small black SD card taped to a note card. On the card, in Harlan's neat teacher handwriting, was a line, "For the archivist." No other words. No return address. The postmark was from the city where the prison is, which doesn't mean much because anyone could have mailed it from there. But I knew. I did not call Shay. I did not call Alvarez. I sat on my bed with the blinds open and the dog asleep on my feet, and I held the SD card in my hand like a coin you find in the street that might be a clue or might just be money. I told myself to throw it away. I told myself to burn it. I told myself to walk into the police station and hand it over without knowing. I told myself 1,000 smart things, and then I did the thing I knew I would do the moment I touched it. I slid it into my laptop. There was one file, no date, no metadata. Clever. It opened and showed a black screen for a long time, so long that I thought it was a joke, and then I realized that's what he wanted me to think. The first image was my own face, not live. From the night the camera shadow crossed my blinds. He had filmed me through the crack between the slats when I stood up. It wasn't a perfect shot. It wasn't framed the way he would have liked. But it was enough. My eyes were wide. My mouth was just a little open the way your mouth opens when you're trying to breathe quiet. My hair made a shape I didn't recognize. He held on the shot. Then he cut to me and Shay and Evan in the car watching the USB for the first time. He had a camera on us. He filmed the back of our heads through the rear windshield from a car parked behind us on the street. He filmed the way our shoulders hunched when we leaned forward. He filmed the way my hand found the back of Shay's neck without me noticing. He filmed us, filming him. The next shot was my mom stirring sauce, shot through our kitchen window from the backyard, the angle low, respectful like he thinks of himself as respectful. Then me, leaving the police station with a folder under my arm. Then the three of us leaving school and crossing the street and almost getting hit by a Honda because we were too full of ourselves to look. Then my bedroom window again, the blinds a pattern across the image like prison bars. Then black, then words, center screen, white on black. On any given day. I stopped the video. My throat hurt the way your throat hurts after you puke. My hands had become claws around the edges of my laptop. I had the urge to throw it on the floor and step on it like it was a spider. I sent the file to Alvarez. I wrote, "Received this today." She replied fast, "Do not watch." "We'll come pick it up, I'd already watched." I told her. She didn't scold me. She said she'd be there in 10. She arrived in 6. She took the card like she was taking a live grenade from a child. She asked if I wanted to write a statement, and I said yes, because if there is a thing you can do that counts as doing something, you do it like you're thirsty and it's water. She said the video was evidence of stalking, proof of continued obsession. They could use it to keep him from ever seeing the outside of a cell. I said he was already never seeing the outside of a cell. She said, "It helps," and I believed that she needed that to be true. For a while, things quieted. That's a boring sentence, but it's the truth. People moved away. People got jobs. People had babies. The town stopped flinching when it saw an old Subaru with a dent in the tailgate. I went to state school for film because I had momentum and didn't know how to stop. Shay did go to NYU and wrote a short that made me cry for the right reasons. Evan got into sound design and started wearing expensive headphones and happy sweaters. Drew moved west and makes trail maps and sends pictures of mountains like he's reminding us that big things exist that aren't bad. I make documentaries, not the kind that solves murders. I make small things about small places. I made one about the custodian at our school who retired after 30 years and lives alone with 2 cats and asks his neighbors if they need help with their gutters and never charges them if they can't pay. I made one about the guy who runs the roller rink and writes poems on receipts. I make films about people who are not scared. Or maybe I make films about people who are scared and do what they do anyway. Same difference. Sometimes when I'm shooting, I realize my hand on the camera is exactly his hand on a different camera. The knuckles line up. The way I steady my breath before I hit record is the way he steadied his. It's a terrible inheritance. It's also just technique. I can hold both of those truths in my hand and not throw up now. Most days. Last spring, I was interviewing a woman on her porch about the garden she started after her husband died. The light was doing a soft edge thing through the lilacs. My battery indicator blinked red. I reached into my bag for a spare. I pulled out a battery, and with it, something else rattled and hit the deck with a sound I've tried to come up with a word for. Not a coin, not plastic. It was an SD card, a black one with a red stripe. My heart did the bad jump. I picked it up between finger and thumb like a dead thing and held it up to the light. It had no label. It looked exactly like every card I own because I buy them in packs of 4 and lose 2 and wash one in my jeans and keep the last one forever. I told myself it was mine. It was. Probably. I told myself I was fine. I was not. I finished the interview. I said thank you to the woman with the lilacs. I got in my car and locked the doors behind me. I slid the card into my laptop and held my breath. It had footage from a birthday party I shot in March. A backyard with kids and cake and a dog and a bandana. I laughed and cried at the same time, which is such a cliche that I nearly apologized to the empty car for being so basic. On the way home, a truck pulled behind me at a distance that felt intentional. It stayed at the same distance for a few miles. I kept checking the rear view like a teenager with weed under her seat. Finally, it turned into a gas station, and I exhaled the way you do when you pass a cop on the highway who doesn't pull into your lane. When I got home, there was a box on my front step. Brown cardboard. No return address. My dog sniffed it and wagged like it was the most normal thing in the world, because he is who he is. I texted Alvarez even though it's not her job anymore to deal with my paranoia. She texted back, "You can open packages, Ramirez." She emojis a smile that looks like teeth. I brought the box inside and put it on the kitchen table and stared at it like it was a person. Then I opened it because you can't live like that. Inside was a camera lens, not new, old, heavy, the kind with glass that feels like skin when you touch it. There was a note. It said, "For the documentary you were going to make sophomore year about your grandfather's hands. Use a 50mm, I said. This is close enough. H." It was his lens. I knew it the way you know the taste of the cereal you ate every morning as a kid. He had told me a 50mm makes things look honest because it's close to the way the human eye sees. He said things like that all the time, and I believed him. The lens in the box was a 58mm. Close enough. I didn't call Alvarez. I didn't call Shay. I wrapped the lens in a towel and put it in my freezer because my brain thought freezer, and I obeyed. Then I stood there with my hands on the counter and laughed like a crazy person because who puts a lens in a freezer? The cold does nothing to it. Nothing. But for 20 seconds, I was a general who had sent the bomb to Siberia. I sat down. I took the lens out of the freezer and put it on the table. I stared at it. I told myself that this was not Harlan. He did not have access to the mail. He did not have access to my address in a way I hadn't already given the world 1,000,000 times. This was some cruel person who got off on sending victims keepsakes. I told myself the healthy adult thing to do was to give it to the police and not complicate my own life. I told myself so many things that the card in my head filled up with B-roll and no story. In the end, I did the simplest thing. I put the lens in a Ziploc, and I took it to the station, and I handed it to a man at a desk who had paperwork in his eyes. He took it like he was taking recycling. He didn't ask why my hands were shaking. He didn't say, "You're doing the right thing." He said, "We'll log it." And I believed him. I left and got a coffee and sat in my car and watched people walk in and out of the grocery store like they had forgotten their lists as soon as they crossed the threshold. Normal. Boring. Human. That's the footage I try to hold now. If you need me to be honest about the worst thing, it's this. Some nights, when I can't sleep, I open my laptop and scrub through my own footage and imagine how he would cut it. I know where he'd pause. I know which shot he'd say is the human moment. I hate that I know that. I hate that it's also why my work is good. He did get into my head. He set up a tripod there and he left. I live with it. I move around it. I try not to make eye contact with the lens he left behind. Last week, a new kid at the community center where I volunteer asked me how to make his videos look cinematic. He was 14. He had that hunger in his face like the world isn't enough unless you can frame it. I told him about light. I told him about framing. I told him about how the best shots often come after you think you're done, because people relax when they think you're not looking. Then I caught myself. I heard the voice in my head saying, "Look up, eyes on me," and I swallowed like there was a bone in my throat. I said, "The most important thing is that your people feel safe. The story doesn't matter if they don't feel safe." He nodded like he believed me. He is the age I was when I believed everything my teacher said. I want to be the person he remembers hearing in his head years from now. I want my voice to live there instead of Harlan's. I think that's how I win. Not with a conviction. Not with an SD card. With a kid who remembers that we are not hunters because we hold cameras. There's no twist here. I keep expecting there to be one when I tell the story. That's just the movies talking. This isn't a movie. It's a life. It's a series of shots you can't reshoot. If you want a last line, here it is. Last night, my dog barked at the front window. I froze because you always freeze first. Then I went to the window and looked out, and there was nobody there. Just the reflection of my own face in the glass, and the red light of my camera charging on the table behind me, glowing like a tiny patient eye. I turned it off. I sat down. I picked up my notebook and wrote a list of places my next documentary could start. The top of the list said, "The roller rink." Beneath it, "The garden with the lilacs." I didn't write his name anywhere on the page. He doesn't get to be the story anymore. I do. And I've learned to look up without obeying him. Okay, so, imagine hearing this from your friend at 2 a.m. over cheap coffee, because that's exactly how I'm about to tell it. No dramatized voice, no spooky radio host cadence, just me, telling you the worst night of my life and why I still sleep with the TV on and the AC off, even in July. I work, or worked, I guess, as a med tech in a mid-size hospital. We weren't a trauma center, but bad stuff still found us. Friday nights were always loud with the sounds of people who believed vodka made them invisible to cars. I got used to the hum, the vents, the squeak of shoes on tile, monitors beeping like digital crickets. Hospitals have their own weather, fluorescent storms. Time doesn't move right in there. You know how it is? I wasn't supposed to be anywhere near the morgue most nights. That was basement. That was someone else's routine. I knew the way, though. Down past the vending machines nobody trusted. Through the door with the peeling authorized personnel only sticker. The air got colder and thicker the lower you went, dense with the smell of bleach and something behind the bleach, like a hand pressed over a mouth. I'd been there enough times to drop off lab specimens or pick up some paperwork the last shift forgot. I knew the morgue tech too. His name was Walt, a wiry guy with those coffee-stained hands and a sense of humor that lived permanently in October. He wore Halloween socks year-round. His desk had a little black cat statue with chipped ears and a Sharpie mustache. Great guy. He's not the villain here, in case your brain needs a target. Anyway, this night, I was upstairs when everything I thought I knew about dying turned into a sick joke. I collapsed. That's simple. No warning besides a head rush and a weird copper taste in my mouth. I was between patient 3 and the nurse's station, and then I wasn't. I went down like a puppet with the strings cut. I remember the floor coming up, the stink of ammonia, a voice yelling my name like I was in trouble. Then it all folded inward. If you've ever fainted, you know there's a soft rectangle of time where your awareness tries to be helpful. You pick up on sounds, distant and muffled. You register pressure, like hands on your shoulders. You hear words without meaning. My rectangle lasted longer than it should have. I heard the slap of shoes, the panic of someone slamming buttons on a wall. I heard my own breath go from winded to steady, slow, too slow. Here's where it gets murky. I've told this to people and they nod along like they're trying to decide if they should call someone. But I promise, hand to whatever, this is how it happened to me. I was inside my body like it was an old house. I could hear footsteps in the upstairs hallway but couldn't climb the stairs to see who was there. I felt the light from the fluorescent fixtures hitting my eyelids, and it felt like weight. The bright weight of light. A doctor's voice came through trying to be calm. They asked questions I couldn't answer. Can you hear me? Yes, I could. But my mouth was a locked door, and they didn't have the key. They did the things. I won't recount every step because it's a blur of contact and cold stethoscope metal and a cuff squeezing my arm. My pulse. I didn't feel it. They didn't either. And yeah, that's the part that still makes me nauseous. Something misfired with me. Something important. And then someone called a time. That's what we do for the ones who don't come back. We call time. Someone said it out loud, like drawing a line on a chalkboard. And suddenly I was on the wrong side of the line. When people talk about being declared dead, they don't tell you about the paperwork, the toe tag, the polite distance everyone adopts, like sorrow is contagious. I felt hands move me. My head tilted. My mouth opened. The air on my teeth was cold and smelled like disinfectant. A sheet fell over my face and the world dimmed. I tried to speak. Honest to God, I did. Somewhere, something in me barked the order, but it was like yelling a command through 10 locked doors. The air didn't move right in my throat. My chest had weight on it. I was a voice trapped in a basement, shouting up a narrow stairwell. They moved me. The motion was smooth and clinical and endless. Elevator dings sound different when the elevator isn't for the living. The doors sigh like they've been doing this forever. Basement. The change in air pressure was instant, a slap inside my sinuses. The temperature dropped. That specific morgue cold isn't just cold, it's purposeful. It's the cold of storage, of we're keeping something the way it is. Heels clicked. Gurney wheels groaned. A hand, Walt's hand probably, touched my shoulder in that human way that makes me ache when I think about it. There was no malice here. There was procedure and grief, and the kind of tired you can only wear if you've done this too many times. The sheet was pulled back from my face. Just a second. A quiet voice said something to me out of habit, maybe a goodbye. I wanted to say his name so badly. Walt. Hey, joke's on you. I'm alive. This is a weird prank, right? But my tongue was glue. My jaw wouldn't. Then came the zipper. That sound is in my bones now. The body bag. My world went matte black, with a hint of tacky plastic against my lips. The zipper breathes if you put your mouth right up against it. Did you know that? A ghost of air sneaks through the teeth. I found that out later. In a way I wish I hadn't. They tagged my toe. I felt the tug, not pain. I think I made a noise, but it might have been only in my head. They slid something hard under me, transfer board, and then the shift. My weight moving from an open world to a closed one. The door to the refrigerator was a heavy metal slab with a latch that sounds like a prison door in movies. You know the tone I mean. Final. They slid me in. The rails were smooth and adjusted to the gurney with a practiced push. My shoulder bumped a sidewall and jolted out a spark in my mind so bright I thought, say something. This is it. Say something now. I forced my throat to work. It made a wet swallow. The bag interior tasted like plastic and faint lemon cleaner. Someone said something about paperwork. The door swung shut. The latch fell. The world went from quiet to dead quiet. I thought, absurdly, about light. I'd always believed darkness was an absence. But there in that drawer it had a texture. It was a felt blanket pressed to my face. It was a room where the walls were an inch away from your skin, and the ceiling was the next breath you couldn't take. I tried to inhale too fast and choked on the bag's little bubble of air. You can taste your own panic. It's metallic, like a penny sucked dry. What saved me, if you want to call it saved, is that the morgue fridge wasn't completely airtight. They never are. You need air circulation, or things get ugly in a way even the pros don't talk about. Air drifted in through tiny seams around the door and the zipper. Not much, but enough to be there. Enough to give me the idea that I might not die immediately, even if it felt like I already had. I started counting, because that's what I do when I'm afraid. It's a dumb childhood habit, like I could stack numbers between me and the bad thing. I got to 47 before I caught something through the door. A sound, barely there. A shuffle, like someone dragging a cardboard box across tile. Then footsteps. Then quiet. The morgue was supposed to be empty. Night shift down there is a one-person job. Walt had gone to log me, I assumed, or maybe to take a bathroom break. The steps I heard weren't his. They were too light, too uncertain, like someone walking barefoot. I told myself stories. That's another thing your brain does when the walls close in. It writes short, helpful fiction. It's the condenser, I told myself. Refrigeration does that. Pipes knocking, air pressure equalizing. I recited parts of a training manual I barely remembered. I tried to turn the world into a diagram I could label. Something touched the front of my drawer. Not a person, not a hand. It was subtler than that. The rails on the side sang a note they shouldn't sing unless weight is shifting, like metal acknowledging metal. The slightest stall in the machinery of stillness. I held my breath and immediately regretted it. When you hold your breath inside a plastic bag, inside a metal drawer, inside a cold room, your heart starts punching at your ribs like it woke up angry. I thought about my heart in third person. His heart pounded, like I was reading my own autopsy report in bad fiction. I tried to move my foot, then my fingers, anything. There was a flutter in my right index finger, that tiny, desperate flicker. That was enough hope to be cruel. Another sound. This one behind me, or beneath me. Orientation gets funny in there. It was tapping. 3 taps, patient and polite. Waited several seconds, then 3 more. The way a neighbor might knock if they really didn't want to bother you. It came again. Slow. Tap, tap, tap. I tried to answer. The bag crackled around my shoulders as I lifted my elbow an inch and let it fall. It barely made a noise, but the tapping stopped. Silence swelled until I could hear the skitter of my own spit moving down my throat. Then the taps came from the other side. Closer. The vibration shivered through the rails into my spine. It felt like the drawer next to me was communicating in a language that hadn't been used since ships signaled through fog. This should be the part where I tell you I don't believe in ghosts, that I'm rational, that I can explain a list of mundane things that happen to line up into a prank the universe played on me. But here's the thing. I don't know what I believe anymore. I only know what happened. Something in the drawer beside me slid, very slightly. Then the faintest rasp of plastic on metal, like the bag over there was shifting. A breath that wasn't mine condensed against a surface I couldn't see. I said, in my head, over and over, I'm alive. Like if I thought it hard enough it would leak out through the seams. Like it would travel under the floor and up the stairs to someone who could do something about it. The cold reached my teeth. My jaw started to chatter. A tiny percussion inside the coffin of everything. The zipper pressed against my nose. The air was warm only where the bag stuck to my lips. Every time I breathed out, the plastic rose away, then came back on the inhale, whispering, letting me have just enough. My stomach clenched and released, trying to vomit up the emptiness. I fought it because I knew what would happen if I threw up in that bag. Every muscle that would listen to me went tense. My back arched. I focused everything on one task. Move your foot. If you can move your foot, you can kick the door. If you can kick the door, you can make a sound that isn't a prayer. My big toe twitched. That was real. That wasn't in my head. I bent my mind around that toe and willed it to curl. It curled. Pain shot up my calf. Not because there was anything wrong with the muscle, but because pain is the way relief masks itself when it arrives late to a party. I tried for the ankle. The ankle came along like a reluctant child. I breathed faster than was smart. The bag was all I could smell. The cold slapped my lungs each time. "Come on," I said without sound. "Come on, come on." The tapping, remember the tapping, came again, right on cue, but now there was a difference. It wasn't hesitant anymore. It had rhythm. It had a countdown feel. 3 taps, 2, 1. The rail jumped. That's how it felt. Like whatever was on the other side had shoved its drawer. The jolt rippled through the bank of metal boxes. Mine rattled. I kicked forward and hit the inside of my door with the top of my foot. It made the saddest thud, a padded punch drowned by steel and refrigerant, and the muffling effect of being dead to the world. I did it again, harder. This time something slid. The door didn't, not yet. But I heard a latch sing, a tiny, high, hopeful note. The handle outside, if you've never seen one, they're simple. You pull them sideways, the latch retracts, the door swings. But from inside, the latch is a blind god. You can pray to it, but it doesn't care. I kicked again, aiming where I thought the latch must be, and hit it wrong. Pain burst in my toes, bright enough to be a new kind of light. I'd like to tell you I kept my cool. I didn't. I sobbed. Quiet, stupid sobs that ate up air and gave nothing back. The bag flexed in and out. Moisture gathered and ran down my cheek into my ear, making a line of cold that felt like a knife's edge. My tongue stuck to my teeth. The toe tag string burned where it rubbed. The steps came back. Real steps, shoe steps, coming closer. I froze like freezing was going to help me. The drawer next to me tapped once, sharply, like now. I kicked. I threw everything into it. Calf, knee, thigh, the grinding hinge of my hip. The door gave an inch. I felt it. The latch must have been just misaligned enough. Cold air poured over my mouth and nose. New air, not bag air. The rush of it made me dizzy with gratitude. I turned my face toward that sliver, pressed my lips to the seam, and screamed. It sounded like an animal. I'll own that. It was ragged and meat-sick and broke right in the middle. But it was loud. It was loud enough that the footsteps stopped. There was a half-second of that perfect charged silence, and then someone ran. Keys clanked. A hand smacked metal. The handle snapped. The door swung open so fast the rails shrieked. I tumbled forward off the tray. The body bag skittered like a flayed fish. My face hit cold tile, and the taste of real air hit the back of my throat like a shot. I gasped so hard I got dizzy. Hands were on me. Voices followed, startled and swearing and terrified in a way I'd never heard from Walt. The zipper flew back and light, harsh and fluorescent and absolutely beautiful, hit my eyes. The first breath without plastic was bright and tasted like the entire world. I coughed it back up and took another. "Oh my God," someone said. "Walt. Definitely Walt." His voice went high in a way that would have been funny anywhere else. "Oh my God. Oh my God." checked. I checked. He was crying. I didn't have room in me for anger about that. I grabbed his wrist like it was a rope and tried to climb back into being a person. Everything after had a frame around it, like I was watching through glass, alarms, the stampede of a rescue wheel, hands tugging, lifting, covering me with warm blankets that smelled like dryer sheets and safety. A doctor saying my name over and over with equal parts apology and astonishment. Someone saying no pulse, no respiration, and asking questions with answers that didn't fit the world we thought we lived in. I tried to say I'd heard tapping, that there was someone else. The words fed themselves to cotton and came out thick. Next, I said. Next drawer. It sounded like I was sedated. Maybe I was. The adrenaline that got me out ran a zero-sum game I was losing. Walt flicked a look at the bank of drawers. His face went stony in that morgue way, a professional blank. He stood up, pulled his keys back into his hand, and opened the next one. Empty. The tray slid out with a sterile squeal. The bag on it, there wasn't one. The tag for that slot was clipped near the corner, though, labeled with neat block letters and a date that made my stomach flip. Walt frowned at it, like it was misbehaving. He slid that one shut and opened the one below, then above. He moved down the line, his movements turning sharp. It's quiet down here, he said finally, defensive. You hear pipes. You hear the compressor kick. Sometimes. The building shifts. It's not haunted. He said that like he'd had to say it before, probably late at night to himself. I didn't argue because arguing takes more air than I wanted to spend. But part of me was still in that darkness, listening for the language of metal. They took me upstairs. I wasn't dead anymore on paper, which is a bigger deal than you'd think. There's a process for when the dead come back, a meeting of protocols that don't like each other, forms, calls, legal words said in tight voices, apologies delivered with the care you use to set down an egg that's already cracked. They kept me for observation. My body had a lot to say about what happened to it. My throat felt like I'd swallowed needles. My toes throbbed with life, and that was the best kind of pain I've ever known. Family came. Friends. They talked to me like there was a glass dome over my head, and they were tapping it with their rings. No one told ghost stories at my bedside. That's not how normal people comfort you. But when I closed my eyes, the hospital went dark and cold again, and I was back in the drawer. That sound of the zipper, the breath that wasn't mine. Here's the part I don't tell often, because it makes people tilt their heads like they're trying to make the weirdness roll off. That night, after everyone left and the room dimmed to that blue TV light hush, I heard tapping again. Not from the hall, not from the vent, from the cabinet under the sink. 3, then 2, then 1. I told myself to stand, to open it, to force a punchline out of the universe. I didn't. I lay there in a hospital bed with rails that looked a lot like the ones downstairs, and watched the cabinet door like it might open and breathe. In the morning, my neighbor across the hall, the older guy with the oxygen hiss and a son who worked nights, was gone. Not unusual for a hospital. People go home. People go elsewhere. The nurse who came in to check my vitals said cheerfully that he'd been discharged. I nodded like a person agrees when they don't want to make a problem. When they discharged me 3 days later, the sun felt aggressive. The world smelled like warm car interiors and hot pavement. I breathed it until my lungs hurt, then breathed more. didn't go back to work right away. I told my manager I needed time, because you can't be around the machines that keep people alive if you're still arguing with death about fine print. They said, take all the time I needed in the voice of someone who wants to be kind, but also needs a schedule filled. I didn't hold it against them. For a week, I slept with my closet door open because I liked seeing dark spaces proved harmless. It didn't help. Every time I closed my eyes, the space behind my eyelids was the world's smallest room. The plastic bag breathed on my mouth. The zipper had opinions. My toe felt the urge to kick at nothing. I started noticing cold in a new way. Freezer aisle at the grocery store? Nope. Movie theater? AC vent blowing directly on me? I moved seats. The hum of my refrigerator at night felt like a sound you could get lost in and not find your way back. I told myself it was trauma, because trauma is a word that lets people move on without arguing with you about God. Weeks passed. I got a therapist who didn't flinch when I said I died, because she's paid not to flinch. She had a notebook full of gentle techniques. We breathed together. She taught me to ground my panic in 5 things I could see, 4 I could touch. You know the routine. When I told her about the tapping, she nodded in that therapeutic way that means, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, and I'm not going to stamp this as real either. I also went back downstairs eventually. Not on the job because I wasn't cleared yet, but because I had to look. I found some neutral excuse, paperwork to sign, a security badge that needed replacing. I took the elevator to the basement and followed the smell of chemical lemon and stainless steel memory. Walt was at his desk, scribbling in a ledger that looked too analog for 2020-something. He looked up and went pale in a way that made me feel bad for being alive in front of him. Then he stood and hugged me. His arms were wiry and shaking. The hug was exactly as long as 2 guys can hug before making a joke. He made the joke. It wasn't good, but we both laughed like we were bailing water out of a leaky boat. I checked you, he said again, like he thought I didn't believe it. I swear I checked. You were gone. He gestured to the drawers with an open hand, like introducing the cast of a play. They're not, you know. I know, I said, because I didn't want to be the person who made his job a haunted house. I heard pipes. He nodded, grateful for the lie between us. Can I see? I asked, and jerked my head toward the drawer that had been mine. He hesitated, just a beat. Then he pulled keys from his belt and walked me over. The metal gleamed like teeth. He touched the handle like it was a sleeping dog. The door swung open with that same shrugging sigh. The tray slid out, quiet and smooth. You were right here, he said, and there was an edge of wonder in it, like seeing an empty theater stage where a life-changing scene had played. I put my hand on the tray, just fingertips. Cold went into my skin, up my arm, into my teeth. I swallowed it. The metal made a soft sound, almost like settling, almost like it recognized me. I pulled my hand back and rubbed my fingers together, trying to make warmth appear by friction. I heard something that night, he said softly, not looking at me. Before you yelled. He blinked fast, like there was a flicker in the fluorescent tube above us. I told myself it was the new compressor. We got it replaced last month. They said it'd be quieter. He laughed without joy. It's not. What did you hear? I asked. He didn't say it, but I saw the word move behind his eyes. Instead, he closed the drawer with an almost reverent, slow push. "We treat them with respect here," he said, and that was both a proclamation and an apology. I went home and tried to stop carrying the morgue around inside me. Some days I did okay. I went to the farmer's market and bought tomatoes that tasted like sun. I let my nieces paint my nails and pretended it was because I was indulgent and not because I liked looking down at my hands and seeing something bright and alive. I learned the names of birds the way some people memorize baseball stats. Living things were my addiction. I subscribed to a channel of live jellyfish cams and watched them glow in blue water, lazy and eternal. But sometimes the world would tilt without warning. A locker room smell, the chime of an elevator, a zipper. Oh God, a zipper. I'd be right back there, mouth pressed to plastic, bargaining with air. People asked me what it was like. "Did you see anything?" You know what they mean. The light, the tunnel, the thing that makes death make sense. I didn't. I saw darkness, and I heard tapping, and I learned that you can be buried without dirt, and it feels just as permanent. The worst was a month later. I woke up around 3 a.m. because I couldn't breathe. Not panic. No, worse. It felt deliberate, like the air had thickened into something you could chew but not swallow. I sat up, clawed the dark like it was heavy cloth I could tear. The room was middle of the night familiar. TV black. Streetlights slice across the ceiling. The hum of the building. I heard tapping. 3, 2, 1. It came from my closet. I'd left the door open. Inside, nothing moved. A stack of old shoeboxes, a coat sleeve hanging like a limp arm. I grabbed the nearest weapon, which turned out to be a hardcover cookbook, and stood up like a toddler about to confront a monster and negotiate for better terms. My hand hit the light switch, and the world turned benign. No tapping, no breath, no anything. On the top shelf, I saw the body bag. I'm kidding. Come on. That would be too on the nose. My therapist says jokes are armor. She's not wrong. What I did see was my winter coat. It was the zipper. Not moving, obviously, but the teeth caught the lamplight in a way that sent my heart into a sprint. The sound of that zipper was in my head like a song you hate but can't stop humming. I closed the closet door because I am a coward, and also because sometimes bravery is deciding to breathe again. I sat back on the bed and counted. I counted to my old friend 47, and then to 100, and then to the kind of number you only use when you're trying to build a staircase out of integers. The tapping came again, softer, not closet, window. I looked. A tree branch? No, there was no tree outside my window. I live above a deli. There's a sign and an alley and a cat with one ear. The sound went away. I lay back down and pictured jellyfish until the space behind my eyes was blue again. Here's what I think, and you can chalk it up to trauma brain or a near-death fever dream. When they put you in a place for the dead, a part of you gets the message. It learns the new rules. The room teaches it how to be still in a way that isn't resting. If you're lucky, and if someone taps, even if you'll never know who or what it was, you get pulled back out. But that part of you that learned to listen in the cold, it keeps listening. It doesn't stop just because you're back in the sun. I never figured out who was in the drawer next to me that night, or if there was anyone at all. Charts say there were 2 occupied bays that evening, mine supposed to be one of them. both accounted for before and after. Walt told me no one was lost. He said it like both a fact and a prayer. I asked him one more thing before I signed myself officially okay to return to the land of the fluorescent and the beeping. I asked him what happens when someone wakes up down there. Not me, not theory. Has it ever happened? He looked at me like a man who has lived too many midnights and said, "Twice in 20 years. You're one of them." He didn't say what happened to the other one. I didn't ask in time. And then the window closed between the where and the when of that conversation, and I never found the key to open it again. I quit, if you're wondering. Not in a dramatic slam your badge on the desk way. I phased out. I took a job doing something adjacent that let me be around life without holding it in my hands. I tell myself I left for balance, for mental health, for reasonable adult reasons. But the truth is, I don't go into basements anymore unless there's a really good reason. And I don't stand in front of big silver doors that close with latches that look like decisions. People love a moral. They want a takeaway that fits on the fridge. Life is precious. Tell people you love them. Double check the toe tag. Sure, all of that. But if you want what I really brought back with me from the cold, it's this. There is a language underneath the noise of the world. You don't hear it until the lights go out and the ceiling presses down and the air tastes like lemons and plastic. It sounds like tapping. 3, 2, 1. It might be a pipe. It might be breath. It might be your own heartbeat coming back online. But if you hear it, if you're in a place where you were never meant to listen and you still do, answer it. Kick. Scream. Find the seam and put your mouth right up against it. Tell the dark your name like it owes you money. That's how I got out. That, and maybe a favor from something that lives where the cold is a kind of forever. Maybe it was a person in the next drawer. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was the building talking in its sleep. Or maybe, just maybe, the dead are kind when we mistake ourselves for them, and they knock to let us know we're in the wrong room. It's been over a year. I'm warmer these days. I unplugged the freezer in my garage and gave it away to a neighbor who wanted to store elk meat, or whatever people with big freezers store. I buy ice cream like a person who understands melting. I still count sometimes. I still check the doors twice. And every once in a while, usually when the night decides to put on its heavy coat, I hear it. Tap, tap, tap. I tap back. Not because I think someone's there, but because I remember being there. And I like to think that somewhere, in some small way, it helps. If you need a happy ending, here. I became the guy who talks to strangers in grocery lines. I remind the checkout kid to drink water. I call my sister on Tuesdays for no reason. I laugh too loud at dumb jokes because loud laughter is a way of telling the dark I'm not available. And if you ever find yourself in a place that's too cold and too quiet and pretending not to be a grave, remember me. Remember the zipper. Remember the rail singing when metal kissed metal. Count to 47. Count to 100. Then kick like the room owes you one. I'm not saying it will save you. I'm saying it saved me. And if you ever end up at my place at 2 in the morning, shaking and needing to hear it from my own mouth again, I'll make coffee and tell you. I'll keep my voice casual, the way it is now, like we're just friends swapping weird nights. I'll say it again, the only way I know how. I was buried alive in the morgue, and something knocked. I knocked back. We don't have to agree on what answered. We only have to agree to listen I'm not a paranoid person. I'm the opposite, actually. I overshare. I make friends with cashiers. I hold doors for people who are still half a block away. I've always had that attitude of bad stuff happens to other people. And even if it did happen to me, I'd handle it. You know, that sort of sunny delusion. This started the fall after I moved for a new job. I'd just gotten out of a long relationship that made everything feel heavier than it needed to be. The job was in a mid-sized city, big enough to have food trucks and a decent comedy scene, small enough that people still waved you into traffic. I was renting a little studio above a cafe. The apartment was all creaky floors and stubborn windows, but it faced a tree that turned bright orange in October, and the rent didn't make me cry, so I loved it. I didn't own a car at the time. I walked everywhere. My place was on a corner where the crosswalk signal takes forever, so I saw a lot of faces waiting on that curb. Dog walkers, kids with scooters, old guys with newspapers tucked under their arms. There was one face I started noticing more than once. Medium height, brown hair, always a black hoodie even when it was warm. I can't remember the first time I registered him. He kind of blended in the way people do when they're intentionally trying not to stand out. I didn't think anything of it. The first weird thing was small. I got a text from a number I didn't recognize that just said, "You look tired today." Long day? I assumed it was a wrong number, laughed it off, and texted back, "Wrong person." They replied with a thumbs up. End of story. Or so I thought. A week later, same number. "You shouldn't walk home alone so late." I stared at it for a second. I had gone to an open mic with a coworker and walked back around 11. I hadn't posted about it. I didn't tell anyone I was heading home. It made me think of how I must look from the street, my window light switching on, my silhouette crossing the room. I texted back again, trying to be light. "Seriously, who is this? If you're messing with me, it's not funny." No reply. The cafe downstairs had a bell that jingled in this cheery, old-fashioned way. The next morning I went down for coffee, and the girl behind the counter, the one with the face tattoos that look like little constellations, asked me if I wanted my usual. That made me weirdly proud, like I'd achieved some kind of neighborhood local status. I sat by the window and scrolled through my phone, half people watching. The crosswalk guy in the black hoodie was there again, hands jammed in his pockets, shifting from foot to foot. He looked up and met my eyes. It wasn't like a cute meet cute moment. It was like he'd been waiting to check that I was looking. Then he crossed. I had this flicker of instinct, like you get when a streetlight goes out and you feel the dark moving around you. But I shook it off. I put my cup in the bus bin and went upstairs. That night there was a note under my door. It was on a torn piece of brown paper bag, folded in half, slid all the way under so it was by the mat. No envelope, no tape. The handwriting was neat and careful, like someone writing on lined paper, but there were no lines. It said, "You smile at everyone. Save some for me." I remember feeling annoyed, like I would if someone had dinged my car in a parking lot and not left a number. Annoyed, not scared. I'm embarrassed to tell you that, because obviously in hindsight, that's not a normal thing to find. But I told myself it was a dumb prank. College kids upstairs, maybe. I tossed it in the trash. The next 2 days, nothing. I forgot about it. Then I came home on Friday and there was another note. Same paper, same handwriting. "You forgot your umbrella." I can tell you like the rain, but you shouldn't get sick. I hadn't used an umbrella because I really do like the rain. And yes, I'd been soaked, hair dripping into my eyes. I stood there in my doorway, with my keys still in the lock, and just listened. The building was quiet, except for the refrigerator humming. I looked down the hall. The carpet had one of those ugly, busy patterns meant to hide stains, and I remember focusing on that, like if I stared hard enough, I'd catch the pattern moving and figure something out. I called my friend Hannah, who's the practical one. She told me to talk to the landlord and to hang a bell on my door so I'd know if anyone messed with it. So I wrote an email to the landlord about anonymous notes and went to the dollar store to buy a fake Christmas bell garland. I put one bell on my doorknob and another on the window latch because it made me feel like I was doing something. That weekend, I went to a farmer's market with Hannah. We ate apples and watched a magician do a trick where he swallowed a string and pulled it out his nose. When I got home, my front door was locked, but the bell was gone. Not on the floor, not in the hall, not in the apartment. Just gone. The window bell was still there. I swear to you I didn't misplace it. I checked everywhere. Under the rug, behind the shoes, in the umbrella stand. It had been taken off the knob, which meant someone had been inside. I called the landlord again, and this time he actually picked up. He said something like, "We haven't had any problems in that unit." The previous tenant never mentioned anything. He offered to change the lock for $70, as if the lock was the problem. I paid it, because $70 felt like the price of a little peace of mind. That night I slept with the TV on low and the overhead light off, so the room was mostly dark but not pitch black. The building had radiator heat, so there was always this settling clank when the pipes shifted, like distant footsteps. At 2 a.m, someone knocked on my door. Not a polite neighborly knock. It was a hollow, almost playful little tap. Fingertip, fingertip, fingertip. I sat up in bed and froze. The tapping stopped. I could hear my own heartbeat. I waited. Then there was the whisper of paper sliding under the door. I didn't get up for a long time. It must have been 15 minutes before I worked up the nerve. The note was short. "You changed the lock." Good thinking. My hands shook so hard I almost dropped my phone. I called 911. I don't know what you expect cops to do in situations like that, but I learned what they actually do. 2 officers came. They were nice enough. They looked around. One of them did that thing where he shines a flashlight even though all my lights were on. He asked if I had any troubles with anyone. I said no. He asked if I had a boyfriend. I said no. He asked if I had an ex-boyfriend. I said yes, but he lived 2 states away and was more allergic to effort than I am to cats. They waited with me for a while and then said to call if anything else happened and suggested I get a camera. The next morning, a package showed up downstairs with my name on it. I assumed it was the overpriced shampoo I'd ordered, but it wasn't. It was an umbrella. Black, small, with one of those curved handles like a cane. No note. I left it on the cafe counter and told them to keep it in case someone asked. The barista said, "Creepy. In that way you say, 'Wow, the milk went bad.'" And I tried to borrow her tone like it could be contagious. I bought a little camera that stuck up in the corner near my ceiling and talked to my phone. I didn't want to turn it into a project. I didn't want to turn into someone who wakes up at every noise. But I also didn't want to be an idiot. I set it so it would send an alert if it detected a person. which I figured would mostly just ping me when I walked around my own apartment. That night it pinged me at 4:09 a.m. The alert on my phone showed a gray, grainy still image of my door. For a second I was relieved, because it was my door as seen from inside, and I thought, okay, it's probably reflecting some leg from a passing car, right? But then the clip loaded. You know how our brains love faces? Even when there isn't one, you see faces in clouds and wood grain. This was a face. For a split second, a face appeared in the peephole, not peering in, pressed against it from the hallway side so that the peephole made his eye bulge like a fisheye. The angle made his features distort, but I could see the pale skin, the dark hair, the edge of that black hoodie. He was staring in, trying to see. And because peepholes don't work in reverse, the camera caught me in perfect high definition staring back. I didn't sleep after that. I sat on the couch and watched the door until dawn like I could hold it closed with my eyes. When it was light, I went downstairs and showed the cafe girl the clip. She covered her mouth with her hand and said, "That's from a horror movie." I called the non-emergency number. They told me to file a report online. I did. I printed the report at work like evidence of something and put it in a folder. It felt ridiculous, and also like the only sane thing. Hannah brought me one of those door wedges and a can of pepper spray. The wedge did make me sleep better, but nothing happened for a week. I got used to the quiet in that way we always do. I convinced myself I'd overreacted. The brain is good at taking fear and folding it into a drawer so you can go to work and answer emails. I went to happy hour with coworkers. I took a yoga class and got annoyed at a girl who grunted during downward dog. Normal stuff. The next time it escalated, it was so small I almost missed it. I have a plant I keep on the little metal fire escape outside my window because it gets more sun there. It's this fat, happy pothos that's somehow hard to kill, which is perfect because I'm not great at keeping things alive. I check on it most mornings. I glanced out and had that feeling like when you're looking for your car and realize it isn't where you left it. The plant was there, but it was wrong. The vines weren't hanging the way they usually do. I opened the window and leaned out. Someone had braided the vines. It was tidy. The kind of braid someone does when they're alone and bored. I stared at that weird little rope of green and felt something slide cold down the back of my neck. My window was only a floor above the alley. Anyone could reach up if they were tall. But the braid was tied off with a bit of thread that looked familiar. And it took me a while to realize it was thread from one of my sweaters, like that fluffy cotton that comes off after you wash it. Not supernatural. Not obvious. Intimate. I went to Hannah's after work and tried to act normal. We watched a cooking show where they made pasta from scratch like it's not basically glue and fancy clothes. She poured me wine and I finally told her about the plant. She listened and then said, "We should talk to your neighbors. Someone has to have seen him, so we made flyers." I know, that sounds dramatic, but we kept it simple. We're seeking information about suspicious activity in this building. Please text if you've noticed anything unusual. We put my Google Voice number and stuck them on the mailboxes in the front door. I figured the landlord would be mad, but he wasn't. Or if he was, he didn't call. A woman from the second floor texted within an hour. She said she'd seen a guy sitting on the stairs late at night. She thought he was a delivery driver on a break. Another text came in at midnight from someone who didn't identify themselves. He stands in the alley sometimes. It read, I thought he was your boyfriend. I didn't sleep at my apartment that night. I slept on Hannah's couch with the kind of tension sleep that leaves you more tired in the morning than if you hadn't slept at all. I went back the next day with her, in the daylight, because I didn't want to look like I'd abandoned my own life. You can be scared and stubborn at the same time. That's one of my few talents. There was a letter in my mailbox, not a note. A full-on letter in a white envelope with a stamp, but the address was handwritten and didn't have a return name. Inside there were 3 pages, lined paper, written slowly and carefully in blue ink. I won't read you all of it. I couldn't, even if I wanted to, because parts of it live in my head like static now. The gist was this. He'd been seeing me for months. He liked how I moved. He liked that I wore the same gray coat most days. He didn't like when I talked to other people. He didn't like when I went anywhere he didn't expect. He wrote, I know you think you want freedom, but freedom is just loneliness with better PR. That line made me snort despite everything. He ended with, Please do not make me feel like a fool. I am not a fool. I showed the letter to the police. This time they took it seriously. They used words like credible threat and pattern. They asked if I could think of anyone from work or my past who might have fixated on me. I said no, but then I hedged and said, well, there was this guy at the bus stop once who stood too close. But wasn't that every bus stop ever? They asked about my ex again, and I gave them his name. They said they'd talk with the building manager about cameras and asked if I'd be willing to install a second one facing the window. The officer, the older one, said, I know it's not what you want to hear, but this could go on for a while. After the police left, I sat on the floor with my back against the couch and read the letter again. I was looking for something in it I'd missed. Some clue. A letter is so naked. It's someone's hand moving across the page, their pressure dots where they pressed too hard. There were places he'd started to write a word and then gone over it darker, like he'd wanted to cross it out but couldn't commit. I thought, if I could understand how he writes, I could understand him. And if I could understand him, then I could know what he wants. And if I could know that, I could stop it. That's how we trick ourselves, right? We think information equals control. It was around then that I started noticing the hoodie guy more. The black hoodie wasn't special. Half the city wears black hoodies. But once you think you've spotted someone, your brain circles them like a dog circling where it's going to lie down. I saw him at the bus stop near the park. I saw him in the cereal aisle. The cereal aisle made me angry. Don't stand near me while I'm trying to decide between Cheerios and the adult version of Lucky Charms, because now I have to buy oatmeal just to feel dignified. The hoodie guy never looked at me directly in any of these sightings. He just existed in the same space, in my peripheral vision, like a Where's Waldo, where you suddenly realize Waldo is every page. I stopped taking the same route home. I started ducking into stores even if I didn't need anything, just to see if someone followed. I turned off my location services and set all my social media accounts to private. My mom called and asked why I hadn't posted pictures lately, and I told her I was doing a cleanse, which made her laugh because she knows me and knows I would rather be buried alive than give up memes. About a month into this, I found something in my bag. It was near the bottom, caught between the lining and the seam, which is why I didn't feel it sooner. It was an AirTag. If you don't know what that is, it's a little button you can stick to things so you can track them if you lose them. Lots of people use them for keys or luggage. Some people use them to track people. My phone hadn't alerted me because whoever set it up didn't mark it as lost. I only noticed because my bag felt heavier and I couldn't find my lip balm. The AirTag was sticky on one side and covered with the lint and crumbs of my life. I held it in my hand and felt my stomach flip like I was in an elevator. I took the AirTag to the police station because I'd read that they could sometimes see the serial number and tie it to an Apple ID. The officer at the desk took it with a gloved hand, like it was evidence in a TV show. He asked if I wanted a restraining order. I said, "Against who?" He said, "You don't need a name to file. It's more symbolic until we have someone to serve, but it establishes a record." I signed the papers. I sat in a hallway with gray carpet and listened to a printer spit out forms with my name under the heading Petitioner, and thought, is this who I am now? A person who petitions. For a little while, things actually calmed down. Or maybe I got used to living with the idea like you get used to a smell in your apartment and stop noticing it. I changed my routines. I got a cheap used bike, even though I'm not much of a cyclist. And I started riding to work on side streets where I could see behind me. I put a baseball bat by my bed, which is laughable because I have no upper body strength and terrible hand-eye coordination, but it made me feel like a person who could do something if I had to. Then, late one night, the fire alarm in the building went off. It was one of those screamers that make your bones vibrate. I grabbed my coat and the bat, because apparently I'm that person now. I ran down the stairs with everyone else, hearts and shoes thudding together. We stood on the sidewalk in a cluster, half awake and shivering. The night was damp, the kind that makes sounds hang in the air a split second longer than they should. There was no smoke, no smell. The fire truck showed up because that's what they do, and the firefighters went in with their gear and came out shaking their heads. False alarm, glitchy panel. They reset it. We all trudged back up. I reached my door and saw my lock plate was scratched. Not deep, not obvious, but scratched. Fresh. Like someone had tried something, or more likely, wanted me to think they had. I stepped in and almost laughed from sheer pressure relief, because everything was exactly as I left it. Shoes by the mat, jacket on the chair, plant with sad braided vines on the sill. Then I saw the picture on my fridge. It was a photo strip that Hannah and I took at a street fair, the kind where it spits out 4 shots. Smile, cross eyes, laugh, kissy face. In the middle of the strip, between the cross eyes and the laugh, someone had cut out the section. It wasn't in the trash. It wasn't in the sink. The edges were clean, like someone had used a blade. My heartbeat did this weird stutter, like when an audio file buffers. I stood there for what felt like a long time with my mouth open and my hands not knowing where to go. I took the strip down, put it in a drawer, and sat on the floor. When my phone buzzed, I actually jumped. It was a text from an unknown number. Not the first unknown number. The area code was different. The message was a photo. It was the missing panel from the photo strip. The one of me in mid-laugh, eyes crinkled, head thrown back. Underneath, the text said, "This is the real you." I didn't call the police. I called Hannah. She acts faster than me in a crisis. She said, "Pack a bag. I'm coming." I threw clothes into a tote bag with the kind of urgency that makes you pack weird. I ended up with 2 pairs of leggings and 9 socks. I put my cat's toy in there even though I don't have a cat and never have. My brain just grabbed things that felt like leaving. I was locking up when there was a knock at the door. Not fingertip tapping this time. A real knuckle-on-wood knock. My whole body flooded with cold. I didn't look through the peephole. I didn't say, "Who is it?" I stood there and breathed as quietly as I could, like a child hiding in plain sight. The knock came again, softer now. Then a voice, male, gentle. "Hey, it's Kevin." Kevin is the landlord's son. He's around my age and does maintenance chores sometimes. He once fixed my sink while whistling a tune I never recognized and wore a hat with a curled brim like a 70s baseball player. I didn't move. "Hey," he said again. The fire panel tripped again. "Did you hear anything weird? Any smoke?" His voice had that casual cadence of someone who fully expects to be believed. I opened the door an inch with the chain latched. He looked bored and a little damp from the mist. He smiled. His hoodie was gray, not black. He had paint flecks on his hands, like he'd been in the basement. He said, "Everything okay?" I stared at his face so hard I thought I could see which side he'd shaved from that morning. I said, "Yeah. Sorry. Long day." He nodded. "Okay. If you smell smoke, pull the alarm. Don't hesitate." He started to turn, then paused and said, "Do you want me to look at your lock? Looks like someone tried to jimmy it." His eyes flicked to the scratches. I said, "No, it's fine. It was the movers a while back." He nodded again and left. Hannah arrived 5 minutes later. I went with her. I slept in her spare room, which is really a corner with a curtain, and woke up every time the refrigerator kicked on. The next day we went to my place together. The hallway smelled like someone's cooking garlic and onions. There was a noise like marbles rolling somewhere above us that I could never place. I opened my door and stopped so fast that Hannah bumped into me. On my table was a stack of photographs. They were pictures of me, not printed from my social media, not the cute ones. These were candid, taken from a distance, some slightly blurry. Me at the bus stop with my hands in my coat pockets. Me laughing at something the cafe barista said. Me bent over tying my shoe on the curb. Me through my window, one hand in my hair as I read on the couch. Me leaving the gym with my hair in a messy bun and a band of sweat on my shirt. Me asleep. That last one took me a minute. The angle was high, like from the corner near the ceiling. The light was the bluish white of the streetlight outside, filtered through my blinds. I was on my side, face slack in a way that made me look like another person. Under it, in pen, he had written, "So defenseless." Hannah swore. She grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. "We're going to the police." Now I nodded because I didn't have any words. I felt like I'd been emptied out and filled with something heavy. I realized my mouth was dry, and I had to focus on swallowing. The police were different this time. Not rude before, but this time there was an urgency to them that I hadn't seen. They sent 2 officers to my apartment to dust for prints. They told me to make a list of anyone who had keys. I said only the landlord and me. Kevin too, I guessed, for maintenance. They took the AirTag and the letter and the photos. They asked if I'd noticed anyone following me. I said the hoodie guy and immediately felt silly because hoodie guy is as helpful a description as a person with hair. They asked me if I had any enemies. I wanted to laugh at that. Enemies? I pay my bills and forget birthdays and bake cookies from the tube. I don't generate enemies. But of course, an enemy is just a person who decides they are one, right? It doesn't require your consent. They asked if I wanted to stay somewhere else. I said yes. The officer gave me his card and said, "Keep your phone on you at all times. If you see him, if you think you see him, call 911. Don't be polite." That last part stuck with me. Don't be polite. It's hard for me, that one. Hannah made a checklist because that's how she copes. We switched my phone number. We bought a metal door security bar and installed it like we were defusing a bomb, even though it's really just a stick that prods under the doorknob. We put a dowel in the window track so it couldn't slide open. I got a cheap prepaid phone number to give out for deliveries. I told my job I needed to work from home for a while, and they were great about it in that modern way where working from home means you sit at your kitchen table and cry between Zooms. The next weird thing that happened felt less like an escalation and more like a game. I opened my email one morning and found a message from a legal Zoom-type site thanking me for my order. I hadn't ordered anything. The attached PDF was a business registration in my name for a company called Seraphim Ventures. I almost deleted it as spam, but the address on the form was my apartment. He'd registered an LLC with my name. It felt like a joke, but one designed to make me show up somewhere and prove I existed. I called the company. They apologized and said it was disputed and they'd fix it. They told me it happens sometimes, like identity theft, like any other paperwork nightmare. Then my phone buzzed. New number again. "I can help you with your business," the text said. "I know all about you. You're not ready to be alone with the world." I blocked the number. It didn't matter. Numbers are cheap. The police called 2 days later. They had a match on the AirTag. I could hear the tightness in the detective's voice, like he wanted to keep his tone neutral, but couldn't quite manage it. He said, "The tag is registered to a Kevin, last name." I stared at the wall. He kept talking. He said the last name, and it made sense because it was the same as my landlord's. He said, "We'll handle it." I sat down. My legs didn't give out. That seems like a dramatic thing that happens in movies. What actually happened is I sat down like a normal person and put my hands on my knees and tried not to throw up. Hannah said, "What?" And I said, "Kevin." She blinked. "Like Kevin? And then she said, "No, that doesn't make sense." He's so bland I laughed, and it sounded weird in the room because there was nothing funny. Bland is exactly how you'd want to be if you were doing what he was doing. They arrested him. I didn't see it. The detective called and said, "We brought him in for questioning." He didn't say where they found him, or what he said because that's not how it works. He said they had enough to hold him on charges related to stalking and trespassing. He said the judge issued a temporary restraining order. He said all the things you say to someone you're trying to calm down. And it did calm me, for a day. That night someone knocked on my door. Not Kevin, not fingertip tapping. A full hand, 3 hard knocks. I knew it wasn't the police because they call first. I stood there with my heart doing that hummingbird thing and said, "Who is it?" A pause. Then a man's voice, low, amused. "You know who?" I waited. He said, "You're going to feel so stupid when you realize how easy it is." I didn't open the door. I called 911 with my phone held hard to my ear, like pressing it would make the connection more real. I said my address. I said someone was at my door. The dispatcher asked if I recognized the voice. I said no. The knocking stopped. The voice said, like a stage whisper now, "He's not the only one." I don't know if you've ever been told that the person you thought was the problem is not the person. It's like being in a boat and realizing the leak you've been plugging with a towel is nothing compared to the big hole at the back you never saw. When the cops came, I was sobbing in a way that made me feel embarrassed for myself. They were kind. They looked around. They didn't find anyone. They said it was probably someone messing around because they heard about the arrest, like people do with neighborhood gossip. Probably, the officer said. He put a hand on my shoulder for a second, and then took it away like he remembered the handbook. Kevin confessed to some of it. I learned that from the detective later. He admitted to the notes. He admitted to the AirTag. He admitted to the photos inside my apartment and said he just wanted to be close, which made my teeth itch with anger. He said he never touched me, like that meant anything. He denied the phone calls and the second set of texts. He denied the business registration. He said the photo cut from my fridge was not him. He said he wasn't there the night someone whispered at my door. And the thing is, the timeline supported some of that. The arrest log said he was in custody when the whisper happened. So, there were two of them, or one person borrowing the exit of the other. I don't know which is worse. I moved. Of course I moved. My company let me break my lease by writing a strongly worded letter the way companies do when they smell liability. The landlord didn't fight me. He didn't apologize either. He looked at the ground a lot and kept saying crazy situation, like the words could absorb him. People in the building looked at me like I was a show they were watching and didn't know if they should clap at the end. My new place is on the 3rd floor in a building with buzzer entry and a little courtyard that you need a key fob for. I have 3 locks. I have a camera. I have friends who know my schedule. I carry my keys in my hand between my fingers, like brass knuckles, even though I know that's a bad self-defense technique. And also my palms are soft, and I would probably hurt myself before anyone else. I am careful. I am a person who pays attention. There's more, because of course there is. You don't close a book like this by moving. About 2 months after I moved, I got a package. The label was printed, not handwritten. It had my new address and my name, spelled correctly, which is not easy. It was a small box, the kind jewelry comes in. I stood in my kitchen and looked at it for a long time. My hands shook. I told myself, if it's something awful, it's already there. Schrodinger's package. I opened it. Inside was dirt, just a small baggie of dirt, and a piece of brown paper bag, folded, neat. The handwriting was different. It slanted left instead of right, and the letters were taller. It said, "Plant something new." No signature, no wink, no threat. Innocuous if you saw it in isolation. I called the detective. He sighed in that tired way and said, "We can log it." He asked if I wanted them to come get the dirt. I said yes. They did. I never heard about it again. I planted the dirt in a pot. I know that sounds insane, but I did it. I sifted it into a pot with store-bought soil because even I'm not going to just grow mystery dirt in my house. I put the pot on my windowsill. I watered it. Nothing grew, which is obvious, probably. It was just dirt. But I did it like a ritual, like a way to hang a mask on fear's face. When I stopped watering it, it wasn't a decision. I just forgot. The soil crusted over and cracked, and I moved the pot to the corner behind a plant that actually got its act together and sprouted. Sometimes I still see black hoodies in crowds and feel my throat go tight. Sometimes I hear a knock and my whole body goes cold and then hot in a weird wave. And I stand in the middle of my living room waiting for the next thing. Sometimes my door camera pings at 3 a.m. and it's just a moth and I want to lie on the tile and laugh. Kevin pled to some lesser charges and got probation and mandatory counseling and a moratorium on being within a certain distance of me. I know these things because the court mailed me forms that make you into a character in your own story. The other guy, the whisperer, the phone number changing like a snake shedding skins. I don't know who he is. Maybe no one. Maybe several someones who borrowed the thunder of my life for a while. Maybe he moved on. That's what they say, right? They move on. A few weeks ago, I was coming home with groceries. It was early evening, that sweet spot where the day is done, but the night hasn't decided what it wants to be yet. I stopped at my door to juggle my bags and my keys. My neighbor across the hall, a woman with a French bulldog that snores like a clogged drain, waved and said, "Hey." I said, "Hey." Then I saw something on my doormat. It was small, white. I thought it was paper at first, but it wasn't. It was a slice of a photo strip. One panel. Just a mouth. Not smiling. Not frowning. Just a mouth. It looked like it could be mine. It looked like it could be anyone's. I picked it up. The back was blank. No note. I looked up and down the hall. The light flickered once like the building was inhaling. My neighbor rattled her keys. The dog sneezed. I considered knocking on doors, demanding who put this here. But I didn't. I took the photo inside and slid it into a drawer with the other things I keep to remind myself I'm not making it up. Here's the part I don't tell my mom. And I'm only telling you because I think you'll hear it the way I mean it. Sometimes I miss the simplicity of it. Not the fear. Not the feeling of being watched. Not the late-night adrenaline shakes. I miss the clarity of having something to be afraid of. When there's a face at the peephole, you know what the problem is. You know what to do. Call, wedge, bar, wait. When there's nothing. When the problem is only sometimes there, and maybe they're plural, and maybe they're just occasionally breathing on the glass. You live in a state of almost safe, almost not. It's exhausting, but I'm okay. I put okay in quotes some days and not others. I go to work. I bike home. I water a new plant. I change my hair, which felt like claiming my face back from anyone who thought they owned its shapes. I still hold doors for people even when they're a little too far away, because that's who I am. And I don't want him, or them, or the general idea of them, to change that. I don't smile at everyone anymore. But when I do, it's because I wanted to. Not because someone wrote it down for me to perform. Last night, my door camera pinged at 2:41 a.m. My heart did that roller coaster click-click at the top. I tapped the notification, already telling myself it was a moth. It wasn't. It was a person. Black hoodie, hands in pockets. The camera only caught his shoulder, the side of his face as he stood just out of range like an animal deciding if the food is worth the trap. He didn't knock. He didn't slide a note. He stood there for 14 seconds, then took 2 steps closer so the porch light caught his eye like a coin flashing in a fountain. Then he lifted his hand, not to the door, but to the camera itself. He touched the lens with his finger so gently it didn't even smudge. I whispered, without meaning to, "Don't be polite." And for once, I wasn't. I pressed call. I said my address. The operator's voice was calm and measured. I described the hoodie. The person turned and walked away, casual, like we'd had a conversation I couldn't hear. The hall was quiet. My neighbor's dog snored. The police came and walked the building, and I stood in the doorway with my keys between my fingers and my bat leaning against the frame and felt stupid and brave at the same time. They didn't find anyone. They never do when you want them to. The officer asked if I had someone who could stay with me. I said yes. He said, "Call them." I did. Hannah came. We watched dumb TV until dawn, and then she went to work like a person who sleeps. This morning I opened my window to let in air that already smelled like the faint rot of leaves. On the sill, on the inside, someone had set a coin. A quarter. State quarter. The kind with a picture on the back. Montana, I think. I picked it up. It was warm like it had been in someone's pocket. I looked at the latch. It was still locked. I checked the dowel. Still there. I don't know how the coin got there. Maybe I put it down and forgot. Maybe it came with the curtain somehow. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's a message so small that only I can read it. Either way, I took the coin and put it in the dirt of the dead pot, like a seed that doesn't grow. The camera didn't ping. My phone was quiet. I made coffee. I watched people at the crosswalk long enough to feel normal again. A kid on a scooter almost crashed into a mailbox and laughed like falling would have been an accomplishment. An old man fed a pigeon a piece of his bagel and scolded it for being picky. The city kept breathing. If you asked me what I learned, I'd tell you this. Danger doesn't always look like a stranger in a black hoodie. Sometimes it looks like the guy whose job is to fix your sink. Sometimes it sounds like a friendly knock. Sometimes it's multiple someones, taking turns, taking advantage of the groove the other carved. The scary thing isn't that someone wanted to be close to me. The scary thing is how easy it was for them to get what they wanted for as long as they did. The scarier thing is how normal I made it in my head to keep going. I'm not giving you a Hollywood ending. I don't have one. I have locks. I have friends. I have a plant that refuses to die and a pot of dirt with a coin in it. I have a camera that catches moths and sometimes faces. I have a folder of papers that say I'm a petitioner and letters that say I'm a person. I have a story I can tell about how I lived through a thing and am still living through it, which is what most after looks like. If you see me at the crosswalk and our eyes meet and I look away too fast, I'm not being rude. I'm keeping my balance. I'm saving some smiles for me. And for the ones I do give, well, those are earned. I never used to pay attention to the exact sound rain makes on different materials until that night. On asphalt, it's a hiss, like the road is trying to steam itself clean. On rooftops, it's drumming, impatient and hollow. On glass, it's knuckles. On my car, that night, it was all of it at once, like the town had turned into one big instrument and somebody mean figured out how to play. I was driving delivery runs for a grocery app to make rent. It was good money when the weather was bad, because nobody else wanted to go out. That Thursday had been a gray smear since noon, and by 8 the sky had given up pretending and broke open. Streets blurred. Every curb was a small waterfall. Wipers on Max didn't even keep up. They just passed the job between them and failed together. I was halfway through a 6-order batch when the app did that chime and dropped a priority on me. Same direction as my next drop, different neighborhood, big tip attached. The pin landed out beyond where the streetlights get stingy, past the old rail yard. I'd been there once in daylight for a mattress delivery and remembered 2 things. 1, the houses were all unreasonably far from the road like they were shy. And 2, even in bright sun, the place felt like dusk. Some parts of town have that built into them. I took it anyway. Money's money and rain makes bad decisions look reasonable. I swung onto Harbor, then into the industrial stretch where the drainage is a rumor. My tires pushed water in twin fans. A bottle rolled across the lane like a little ghost. The radio was on low, a DJ telling a storm story like he was auditioning to be a character in my night, and I turned him down because I didn't need narration. The address was 417 Larkspur. My GPS said I was there, but all I saw was a dark strip of overgrown lawn, 2 trees fat with wet leaves, and the smudge of a house way back, like it regretted being built. I idled and squinted through the rain. The porch light flicked on, off, on again. Not fast, not like a signal, just once, twice, like someone testing the switch. I grabbed the paper bags from the passenger seat and tucked them against my hoodie. Hood up, head down, boots already wet just thinking about it. The driveway was basically a creek. I splashed up it, and the rain needled my ears and found its way down the back of my neck. Up close, the house wasn't falling apart exactly, but it had that damp look like a loaf of bread left out too long. As I climbed the porch steps, my shoe slipped, and I put a hand on the post. The wood felt cold and greasy, like something that had been underwater, and only just decided to pretend otherwise. I knocked. No answer. I knocked again, louder. The porch light clicked off and the dark punched every shape into a new shape. I would have left the groceries and sprinted back to the car, but a voice said, "Just a minute," the way people say it when every minute is work. The door opened a little and a woman peered out. She was probably late 30s, hair tied into the messiest bun I've ever seen, cheeks flushed like she'd been in a hot kitchen. She smelled like laundry soap and something metallic underneath. "You made it," she said, and her tone made my chest relax because it sounded normal. Tired, a little embarrassed about the state of the porch. Normal. I thought they'd cancel on me. "Come in, set them on the bench. I'll get you cash for the tip." "I'm good, the app." I started, but she was already gone, door wide open, hall lit deep and yellow like a throat. It wasn't an invitation so much as gravity. The rain got louder behind me, as if to say, "What? You'd rather be out here?" I stepped inside and the air hugged me with that damp old house smell. Not mold exactly, but a cousin. The entry was narrow, stairway to the right. A runner worn down the middle the way it gets when kids launch themselves from 2 steps up. A framed drawing hung crooked. A coat hung on a hook, soaked. I put the bags on a little bench and tried not to drip on anything, which was impossible. "Sorry," she called from deeper in. I had to. Her voice nodded, like she considered lying, and then decided not to. I had to check on something. "No worries," I said, because that's what you say in other people's houses when you don't want to ask what something means. I glanced at the drawing. It wasn't a drawing. It was a topographical map with the lines too close together. The date under it said 1912. The title said Dry Creek Reservoir Project. Someone had circled a spot with a pencil and written home next to it, and then scribbled that word out so hard they'd torn the paper. The woman came back with a crumpled 20 pinched in her fingers, and a small smile like the effort of making it had exhausted her. She wore a rumpled blue sweatshirt with a school logo. Drops from her hair had soaked it darker around the collar. Up close, her eyes were the kind that beg forgiveness before anyone asks for anything. "Please," she said, and pressed the bill into my palm. Her hand was ice cold. "Do you want a towel? You're drenched." "I'm okay," I said automatically, which is the most pointless lie we tell by habit. "Busy night?" She laughed once without joy. "You have no idea." A little noise came from upstairs. Not footsteps. Not exactly. More like weight shifting on a bed. I glanced at the stairs. She saw me glance, and her expression did that tight thing faces do when they need to pretend that whatever you heard was a cat, even if the cat died 10 years ago. "My husband's sick," she said too quickly. "He's sleeping." "Of course," I said. I couldn't tell if the quiet settled or just paused. The front door bumped in its frame like the wind had shoulders. A second noise followed from above, softer, almost a breath that had learned to be a floorboard. The woman's smile hardened like she'd put it in the freezer. "Thank you," she said. "Drive safe." Most of the time when people end a conversation like that, you back out the way you came and the moment closes behind you. I wanted that. The rain had other ideas. When I pulled the door open, the wind kicked the edge and it slammed wider against the wall in a way that made the whole house flinch. For a second, the hallway light flickered and showed me everything in hard, stuttered frames. The runner, the map, the hooks, the way the paint on the baseboard had cracked in a spiderweb pattern, like something under it had swelled once and decided not to unswell. "Sorry," I said to the house like that matters. I pulled the door toward me, and that's when I saw there was no chain, no deadbolt, just a keyhole big enough for an old skeleton key, and the faint line where a deadbolt should have been but wasn't, filled with wood putty like a scar. I wasn't thinking about security or ghosts. I was thinking about the very human way someone chooses to remove a lock and then acts surprised when things get in. On the porch, the rain was relentless. I ran for it, head down, counting my steps like they were beads. By the time I reached the car, I was shivering. I cranked the heat and sat there dripping on my seat and watching the house like it was a movie I didn't understand yet. The porch light clicked off again. The app chimed. Another order had landed a mile away, past the rail line. If I took it, I'd have to go around the loop and cut back past Larkspur on my way out. It felt like maybe the night wanted me to stick to this part of the map. I accepted and pulled away. On the next block, the street flooded so deep the water came up over my wheel wells, and my steering got light enough to make my stomach drop. I eased through, and the car grumbled like an old dog, and then caught traction. On the left, a ditch had turned into a stream. On the right, the chain link around the old baseball field shook like teeth. And then the power went out up ahead. Not mine. The town's. The block beyond Larkspur blinked to black, and for a heartbeat the rain fell into a world with nothing to bounce off but itself. Taillights ahead of me glowed like embers, and then vanished. All the small noises got louder. In that weird equalized dark, I heard something I'd missed under the mechanics of the storm. Singing. I nearly laughed at myself because who the hell sings in weather like that? But it wasn't somebody out on a porch drunk on nostalgia. It was higher and farther, and not quite a tune. You know how sometimes wind through certain gaps makes a note? It was like that, if the gap had lungs. I pressed the accelerator because my brain decided suddenly that fast was safer than slow, which is not a choice people make with their frontal lobes. The singing swelled and then thinned like it had turned its head away. By the time I finished the next drop and looped back toward the main road, the power had hiccuped back on. Larkspur looked almost normal again. The house at 417 sat in its pocket of yard, porch light off, inside lights on low, rain carving glittering diagonals in my windshield. I would have kept going if the figure on the porch hadn't lifted a hand. I braked without meaning to. The figure stepped down one step, then another. It was the woman. No coat, just the blue sweatshirt now soaked so badly it clung like a second skin. She didn't wave exactly. She held her hand out, palm up, like she was asking for proof of something. I rolled the passenger window down a crack. Rain tried to crawl in. "Everything okay?" I called, which is the kind of question you ask when you want a stranger to say yes and absolve you of choices. She didn't answer me. She was looking past me, over my shoulder. No, not over, through. Like she could see into my back seat. It made me turn to look even though I knew it would be empty. It was empty, aside from a crumpled receipt and my hoodie. "Do you hear it?" she asked finally. Her voice had gone flat, like a line on a monitor waiting for a heartbeat. "The singing?" I said. "Because you do stupid things like that when you want to believe you are just imagining in tandem with someone, not actually sharing." Her eyes moved from the back seat to my face, and that look, relief plus fear, made something soft in me stand up. "He hears it," she said, like she was reporting to someone else. She took a breath that made her seem smaller, and then said to me, "Lower." "It started after the first flood this spring. It always starts with singing." "What starts?" I asked, even though I was afraid of her answering. A hard tap hit the roof of my car. Not rain. Heavier. Then another, a foot away. Then a third, slower, like something testing a surface with fingertips. We both looked up as if we'd see a face pressed to the metal. "It comes down the hall," she said. "It stops at the bedroom and asks if I'm awake. If I say I'm not, it waits. If I say I am, it comes in. If I don't say anything..." She trailed off and folded her arms so tight I could hear the wet fabric grinding against itself. "I don't say anything anymore." The rain pressed insistently against the car door like a dog wanting in. I wanted to drive. I wanted to put Denver or some other enormous distance between me and that porch. Instead, I said, "Do you want me to call someone?" Like a child playing at being a decent adult. "Like who?" she said, not mean, just past the point where suggestions have edges. "A plumber? A priest?" I tried both. One laughed, one didn't, but he never came back. She looked at my door handle the way you look at the idea of touching a hot stove. It wasn't like this when he was alive. It wasn't quiet. I understood what she meant, and didn't want the part of me that understood to be right. "Your husband?" She nodded. He loved storms. He loved the way rain makes you have company whether you want it or not. She blinked rain off her lashes. After he got sick, he would count the seconds between lightning and thunder like a kid. He'd narrate it to the ceiling like he was doing play-by-play. The night it happened, it rained so hard the roof leaked over our bed. He laughed at it. He said, Well, at least the house is crying with us. He always said dumb things like that. She breathed in. Now the house cries and I don't know who for. I could feel my heart doing that fast, soft flutter that isn't quite fear yet. Do you have family nearby? Not the kind that comes out after midnight for ghosts, she said, and all the matter of fact drained out of her voice, exposing the question underneath. Will you come inside and help me pretend it's normal? The singing swelled again. Not from the sky this time, from deeper and closer. I hadn't realized until that second that I'd been hearing it in the gaps of our talk. It had arranged itself around our syllables like a cat around ankles. Now it stepped forward. I turned the key and the engine idled rough, as if offended. The woman took one more step toward the car. Rain had plastered little hairs to her forehead. I don't want to be in there by myself when it gets to the door, she said. I can pay you. I can. She shifted like she'd remembered a performance and should start it. Then she just said, please. I killed the engine and got out because there are a few kinds of pleading that make the calories in your body move your feet for you. The rain soaked through my hoodie in 1 second. The porch swallowed us like a mouth. Inside, the hallway light was still on, small and stubborn. The air was warmer than outside and felt used, as if someone had been breathing too close to my skin. Upstairs, something moved. Not footsteps, not the house settling, the sound of a person shifting their weight in surprise. The woman flinched like a violin string pulled too tight and started up the stairs. I followed because leaving her to go alone would have been worse than going where she was going. At the landing, the hall forked. To the right, a door was open on a room with a dresser and a full-length mirror with a dent in the silver at the bottom, where someone must have kicked it once and felt bad about it for years. To the left, a door was mostly closed. From behind it came the sound of water brushing fabric. I don't have a better description. Imagine hand-washing a dress in a tub. That, the wet against the weave. She put her hand on the knob and didn't turn it. He's not in there, she said like a promise to herself. He hasn't been for months. She looked back at me. My face must have told her I wasn't going to argue. It's the lack of sound, mostly. He snored lightly. He hummed when he woke up. He let the kettle scream until it scared him, and then he laughed. It's the lack of all that that makes the other sounds show up. The water brushing fabric sound stopped. Then a voice spoke. A man's voice. Mara, it said, soft, like he was trying not to wake someone. The way my own name sounds when someone says it from the bathroom at 2 a.m. The woman looked at me like she expected me to tell her that wasn't her name. It does that, she whispered, eyes wide and wet. But it gets it wrong sometimes. He never called me Mara, not once. That was... She shook her head and swallowed. That was someone else's name, I think. Do you want to go downstairs? I asked, because I didn't want to see what the voice belonged to. If it belonged to anything at all. It will follow, she said. She closed her eyes, then opened them. It always does. The voice spoke again. The sound came from behind the wood, but also from somewhere under my shoes. The words were simple. Can we talk? It asked, and the we made my spine draw itself up like a fence trying to grow. The woman reached for the knob. I put my hand out without thinking and touched her wrist. Her skin was cold and a little slick like the porch post. She looked at my hand, then at my face. If I don't open it, it knocks, she said, and her voice had shrunk to something almost not there. If I do, it asks to come in. If I say yes. She didn't finish, and I didn't make her. We stood like that for a second that felt borrowed. Then the voice, patient, asked again, "Can we talk?" It wasn't threatening. It wasn't dramatic. It was the politest request I've ever heard. We went downstairs. I don't mean we decided. I mean our legs chose and we accepted. At the bottom, the house felt more crowded. The rain had a new note, not louder, just more insistent, the way a song gets when the drummer leans into the hi-hat. In the kitchen, a small light glowed over the stove, the kind you leave on so you can find your way without waking anyone. It turned every droplet into a small gold coin. On the counter sat a kettle. It had a dent at the tip of its spout. The woman fiddled with the knob on the stove and turned the flame up under the kettle. The blue curl licked at the metal. "He used to forget and let it scream," she said. Noise made him feel less alone. I leaned against the doorway and watched the dark window over the sink. Rain slid down it in diagonal lines. Outside, the yard was a shallow pool. A low trickle sounded from a drain I couldn't see. The house breathed around us. The kettle gathered its voice. When it finally did, it wasn't a whistle. It was a wail. The kind kettles make when they've been asked too often to speak for people. It filled the kitchen with this thin, painful sound, and I saw the woman grip the counter like a swimmer holding the edge of a pool during a cramp. Upstairs, something moved toward the stairs. The sound wasn't footsteps, and it wasn't dragging, and it wasn't the wind trying to be human. It was as if the space itself creased. The kettle screamed higher. The rain pushed harder. My heart banged in my throat like it wanted out. "Turn it off," I said without thinking. And she did. And the sudden absence of the sound left us naked with everything else. In that quiet that isn't quiet at all, a shape appeared in the reflection of the window. Not outside, in the glass. The way shadows gather when they decide to cooperate. It wasn't a man, not really. It was the idea of one. Shoulders where shoulders go. A head. A place where hands might be, depending on how kind the world is being. It stood behind the woman in the reflection like a drawing someone had erased halfway, and then regretted. The shape lifted its arm. The woman's hair brushed her neck like fingers had passed through it. I didn't move. I don't know why. I have shouted at football games and thrown myself between a friend and a bad decision, and once pulled a stranger back from stepping into traffic. And I stood there like a photograph, while this gray shape leaned down and pressed itself against the back of a woman whose face went slack with a kind of grief I don't understand. It didn't do anything violent. It didn't even touch her in the way touch makes a dent. It pressed its non-mouth to her ear, the way my husband used to do when he wanted to tell me a joke only I could hear. The shape breathed and the kitchen got colder, and then I heard words through the window glass like they were being spoken in the next room. "It's still raining," the voice said, the same polite tone as upstairs. Wrong name, right weather. "Let me in." The woman closed her eyes, and in that moment, I could see her decide to do something with the rest of her life that would be different than the part up to now. She put her hand flat on the counter, palm down, and said in a voice like tissue paper, "I miss you." She did not say yes. She did not say no. She did not answer the question, which was a kind of answer. The shape held its place in the glass a second longer, then blurred as water smeared its outline, then resolved again, but smaller, like distance had happened in the width of the window. "It's still raining," the voice repeated, softer this time, and for the first time it sounded tired. Not dangerous, just tired. "Let me in." I found my voice somewhere near my knees. "It's not for you," I said, and I have no idea why that's what came out. It sounded stupid and bossy in the kitchen air, but the word "you" wobbled the reflection like a pebble dropped in water. The shape's head turned in the glass, as if it could see me without eyes. The kettle clicked as metal cooled. The fridge hummed to itself, like it had always been our friend. The rain kept playing the song it had started at noon, uninterested in our script. The shape leaned close to the woman again, inches from her ear. She whispered, "I don't know how," and her breath fogged the invisible face briefly, and in that fog I thought I saw features, a jawline I recognized only because I've seen grief sculpt people the same way. Then the fog thinned and the shape didn't reassemble the way it had been. It dispersed into the reflection like smoke. Not gone, just everywhere. We stood there with our hands doing nothing helpful, while the night kept being itself. Upstairs a floorboard settled, and I realized for the first time since stepping in that there was no other sound in the whole house except the storm and the appliances and the small creaks houses do to reassure you they're not dead. No murmured TV from a bedroom, no tappy phone, no sleeping person's cough. It hit me hard then that even if her husband's voice had been perfectly his, even if it had said her right name and told a joke only she would get, this would still be a house with one person in it, and everything else a trick of water. I don't remember deciding to leave. I remember the woman turning off the stove light. I remember her standing in the yellow entry hall with rain leaking around my shoulders and onto the rug. I remember her saying, "Thank you for staying," like I had done anything. I remember thinking how every time it rains a town hard enough, secrets float up like dead fish, and people scoop them up and pretend they are some other kind of thing. When I got back in my car, the radio had mysteriously turned itself up. The DJ was laughing about something dumb, and it sounded obscene. I turned it off and drove in silence except for the rain's opinion of us. At the light on Harbor, a drenched teenager sprinted across in front of me, shoes slapping, hoodie held over his head pretending to be a roof. He was laughing. The pure kind. The kind that made me remember that not all rain collapses people. Some of it just rinses the day off and lets you start over. I went home. My apartment smelled like dog and old coffee and the good kind of tired. I towed my boots off and left a trail of water across the kitchen tile and stood in the dark, listening to my own fridge hum. I didn't sleep. Not really. When I closed my eyes, I saw the reflection in the window and the way it had tried to take shape around her ear. I heard that polite, impossible voice asking permission to do the one thing it didn't deserve. The next morning, the sky had the washed, guilty look weather gets after it's done too much. I drove past Larkspur on my way to the storage facility, because apparently I am the kind of idiot who needs to look at things in sunlight to know they were real. The house sat in a bright puddle of day like nothing had ever occurred to it. A towel hung on the porch rail. The woman wasn't outside. A cardboard box had melted into a collapsed shape on the steps, leftovers from some other life. I almost stopped. But what would I even say? "Hey, I don't know what your plan is for rainbound ghosts, but I'm around Thursdays." A week later, the app sent me there again. Same address. Same tip set to generous. I accepted because curiosity is a kind of hunger. The porch light didn't blink this time. The door opened before I knocked. The woman looked rested in the way. Only someone who's made a decision looks rested. She took the groceries. She didn't babble. She said, "He's quiet now." I said, "Good." We nodded like two people who had watched the same terrifying movie and didn't want to talk about our favorite scene. As I turned to leave, she said, "I put a new lock on the bedroom door. It doesn't help, but it helps." She laughed at herself, small. I keep the kettle off. I open the windows, even when it's stupid to. I let the rain go where it's going instead of asking it to explain itself. I thought about the reflection in the glass, with no glass anymore. I thought about how voices change when they have nothing to bounce off. "If you need anything," I said, which is a thing nobody knows how to honor. I'm on the app most nights. "I know," she said, which didn't make sense and made perfect sense. "Drive safe." It rained again that night and the night after, because September had decided to rehearse for November. I made my money. I counted traffic lights. I learned which intersections get lakes. I avoided the rail yard because the whole place seemed to have subscribed to a different weather channel. When I lay down, I counted something else without meaning to. The beats between silence and sound. The little space right before the pipes in my building thunk. The sigh of a neighbor's shower starting. The instant when the refrigerator isn't humming and then is. The place in a night where something decides to announce itself. I still don't know what I heard in that house. I could call it grief, because that's an answer we're allowed. I could call it water, because water gets everywhere and wears every mask. I could call it a voice trying to form itself out of 100 small echoes and failing in a way that made it need us to help. I could call it nothing if I wanted to sleep better. What I do know is this: the rain makes company. Sometimes it's warm, all of us tucked in under the thump and rumble like we've been given permission to be small. Sometimes it's a stranger on a porch with a face you can't quite see, asking you to let them into your kitchen. And sometimes it's the sound of your own name said wrong by a house that has learned too many songs. If I ever end up in a place like that again, I don't think I'll have something wise to say or some trick to offer. I think I'll do what I did. Stand in the doorway and let the kettle speak for a minute, and then turn it off when it gets unbearable, and wait, and keep someone company while the weather moves through the old wood of their life. I think I'll drive away after, and feel like I left part of my hearing behind. The part tuned to polite voices from behind thin things. I think I'll listen harder to the difference between rain on the roof and rain on the glass, and learn which one sounds like knuckles. Anyway, that's my rainy night story without the lecture. No rules, no list. Just a woman, a door, a voice that wanted something it didn't earn, and me, standing there like an idiot with wet sleeves, trying not to mistake the sound of water for permission. If you ever end up on a porch like that, in weather like that, I hope the only song you hear is your own keys rattling in your pocket, and somebody inside yelling that the soup's ready. And if it's some other song, the polite kind, the kind that says your name in the wrong voice, I hope you have the sense to stand very still and let it pass like a current you don't need to swim in. It's raining again tonight. I can tell by the way my windows talk. I'll sleep with the radio off. I'll let the fridge keep me company. If the pipes knock, I'll say nothing back. And if I dream of a reflection behind me, I'll wake up and open the window and let the air in until the room is wet with a real, honest kind of cold. Then I'll listen to the part of the night that isn't asking me for anything and be grateful I still know how to hear it. Let me get this out of the way up front. This isn't one of those I had to follow a list of creepy rules on the night shift stories. I hate those. Real life, even when it gets weird, is messier than a bullet list. Nobody taped instructions to the register for me. Nobody said, never look at the ceiling at exactly 2:17. What I got was a name tag, a stack of plastic bags, and a town that pretended not to notice it was strange. The town is called Lantern's End. You won't find it on the big green highway signs. But if you take the exit for the outlet mall and miss it because the fog climbs over the guardrail, you'll hit our main street by accident and think you meant to. The lighthouse isn't on the water anymore. The shoreline wandered off a long time ago. The lantern still burns on a hill of black rocks, and at night the beam sweeps over empty lots and thistle and a grocery store with a cracked neon fish over the door. That's Lantern's End Market. That was my job. I moved there after I tried to be a person who makes 5-year plans, and instead became a person who runs out of money halfway through month 2. You know how it goes. A friend's cousin said there was a room above a barber shop that smelled like aftershave and plywood. The rent was cheap. The market was hiring. I took the overnight shift because I thought, how bad could a sleepy town be at 2 a.m? You keep the coffee hot, you restock the cheese, you shoo raccoons away from the dumpsters. Easy. My first night, the owner, May, handed me a gray polo and said, "You look like a middle sibling. You'll be good at calming people down." That was the whole orientation. She was one of those women whose age lives in her knuckles and her humor. Her hair was the color of the lighthouse beam when fog eats it. "Customers get weird at night," she added. "That's not the town. That's just people. Don't let anyone make you feel small." "Got it," I said. "I can do small talk like it's a blood type." May laughed from somewhere in her ribs and went back to setting up the lottery scratchers at the front. "Eli will show you the back room. Aiko will show you the register. If something drips near the freezer and it's not water, call me." "If it's not water?" I asked. "It's never water," she said without looking, and that should have been my first clue. But you hear a lot of weird managerial sentences in retail, so I didn't file it as a warning, just a vibe. Aiko was a year older than me, and smart in a way the job didn't deserve. She was supposed to be writing a dissertation about freshwater algae in lakes that don't freeze. "Took a leave," she said, which can mean a lot of things at our age. She had a pencil behind each ear, and a patience that felt like a steady hand on a shoulder. "This register is older than the internet," she said, tapping a yellowed button labeled subtotal like it was a friend. "Sometimes the receipt printer decides to be a poet. Don't fight it. People weirdly tip better when the paper looks like it had feelings." Eli was 17 with a skateboard he wasn't allowed to ride in the store and a tattoo he wasn't supposed to have. He called me boss in a way that meant he wasn't going to listen until I made him. We liked each other anyway. He knew where every out-of-place thing was, like the shelves told him secrets. He also knew how to kick the cooler so it stopped making a sound like a man sighing under a heavy coat. "Back room's through here," he said, swinging open a battered gray door that thunked against a mop bucket like it was mad. "Don't mind the puddle. The roof leaks when it's clear out and holds when it rains. Physics, I said. Town, he said. On my first 12 to 8, nothing supernatural happened. We restocked the yogurt, a fox ran past the windows like it was late for a bus, and a woman in a fur-collared coat tried to return an avocado because it looked at her wrong. Aiko handled it with the grace of a ballerina and an apology that somehow made the woman apologize back. I learned the feel of the drawer sliding open under my hand and the way the scanner sat in my palm like a polite animal. I did notice the mirror by the end of aisle 4, the one facing the freezer doors. It was warped, the kind of cheap convex safety mirror that turns everyone into a funhouse version of themselves. If you stood just right, you could make your head look as long as a loaf of bread. Eli loved it. Aiko hated it. It shows you what you look like to the town, she said, like that was a sane sentence. Some people can't handle it. What do I look like? I asked. New, she said, and smiled like a conspiracy. The town's weirdness arrived on my third night like a customer with exact change. Quiet, inevitable, not rude about it. The receipt printer started spitting paper as soon as I turned the key in the register. Not thrashing and jamming like when a bit of dust gets stuck. Just printing. The paper came out in a gentle ribbon and pooled on the counter. The words weren't words. They were letters spaced like someone with a typewriter was learning how to breathe. Aiko tore it off, rolled it up, and tucked it into a cardboard Del Monte box under the counter where the extra thermal paper lived. We keep them, she said. They're pretty. You're not even going to read it? I did, she said. It said, please. It always says, please on drizzle days. Please what? Please, Aiko said, and shrugged like sometimes that is the whole sentence. Around 1, a man in a dark suit came in the way a page turns, softly and with purpose. The suit didn't fit him right, like he'd borrowed it from someone taller. He carried a bouquet of supermarket flowers, the kind that smell like a promise you know is going to be broken. He set them down on the counter and asked me for twine. We don't sell twine, I said, because I'd done the inventory, and it's the kind of detail my brain clings to. We have ribbon. We have a bungee cord with a broken hook. We have tape, but it's the worst kind. Ribbon, then, he said, as if he was open to grace. I cut him a long piece of red ribbon from the craft display, and he tied it around the flowers like he'd done it too many times. He counted out coins onto the counter, but the coins were wet, like he'd scooped them out of a glass someone had been keeping on a windowsill. The water smelled like the lighthouse beam would smell if it had a smell. You're new, he said. His voice was kind. His eyes were not kind. That combination always puts me on my best behavior. Third night, I said. How am I doing? You're speaking to people, he said, like that was a rare choice. It's a good start. He left without the bell ringing. Some people have that talent. When the door shut, the bouquet fogged the glass for a second. It left a fern shape that stayed until 3 and then faded like a bruise. I hate him, Aiko said very calmly. He's a regular. He's regular, she said, and left it at that. From the first week I learned the arcade rule, not a set of instructions, just a feeling. If you keep moving, the game keeps letting you play. If you stand in one place and stare at the score, you start to notice the math is wrong. So we moved. Eli pulled pallets with a stubborn little grunt he thought nobody heard. I zoned the soup like it mattered where the chicken noodle lived. Aiko did returns with a politeness that made people tell the truth. Here's the part where I tell you about the weird town stuff in a way that sounds like gossip, since that's how it filters in when you work a counter. There's a cul-de-sac on the West End where all the houses are painted the same shade of cheerful yellow. But if you walk past at night, every porch light is green. Not sage, not energy efficient. Green, like algae on a rock. There's an old pharmacy with a display of baby bottles from the 50s still in the window. No one has the key anymore. The bottles never gather dust. The barber downstairs from me keeps the chairs turned toward the window, even when he's closed. Sometimes when I come home at 9 in the morning, still wearing my name tag and the smell of lemons, I see the chairs sway as if someone just stood up. There's a place down by the water where the rocks clack under your feet like teeth. If you stand there too long, your phone asks you to set the time manually. No one talks about any of it like it's special. No one says haunted. The town doesn't have the energy to brag. Lantern's End Market became the place where the town's version of normal and our version of normal shook hands awkwardly and agreed to pretend they knew each other. People came in for milk and batteries and a conversation where my side was 70% no problem and 30% we close at 11 on Sundays now. Once, a woman in coveralls bought 20 feet of garden hose and a pack of candles and asked if we had a map of the old roads. Not the ones on paper, she said. The ones that remember. A week in, the weird thing that put its hand on my shoulder and squeezed happened. It was a Wednesday, which means nothing, but it felt like one. The air in the store tasted like pennies. Eli was heaving sacks of dog food like a show-off. Aiko was in the office reconciling a drawer that had decided money was more of a vibe than a fact. I was at the register reading the back of a cereal box because sometimes your brain needs fake news to chew on. A boy came in. 10 maybe. Hair like straw. Cheeks still round with the last of babyhood. He wore a hoodie with a monster on it that probably had a clever name. He went straight to the freezer aisle and put his palm on the glass of the ice cream door, the way kids do when they haven't learned yet that glass is a boundary. Need help? I called, already moving, because sometimes kids say no. And what they mean is, I need an adult to pretend this is a game so I can ask for what I want. He didn't answer. His breath fogged the glass and then didn't. The print of his hand stayed even when he took it away. The lights inside the freezer flickered and then steadied. There was a smear on the inside of the glass, like something pressed against it from the other side and slid. "Hey, buddy," I said, that helium voice we all reserve for other people's kids. "What you looking for?" He didn't look at me. He lifted his hand again and laid it on the glass exactly over the print like he was lining up a picture. This time the glass dimpled. Not much. A breath. A flinch you'd miss if you blinked. "Eli," I said, and my voice did an ugly puberty crack I hadn't heard in years. Eli came jogging with the posture of a hero in a video game and then stopped dead like he'd run into a wall. He said, which I think is Latin for nope. The boy spoke without moving his lips. "Do you have the blue one?" "The blue what?" I said, and immediately regretted making this interactive. "The blue," he said, like he was describing a flavor. Aiko appeared at my shoulder. She didn't touch the kid. She didn't touch me. She just stood the way you stand if you want someone to know you're there without crowding them. "What blue?" she asked. "The one with the sprinkles," he said, and there was something like hope in it, not the normal kid kind. It sounded older, like it had been waiting a long time and was trying not to embarrass itself. Aiko opened the freezer door. The cold rolled out with that clean chemical smell of Freon and milk in the ocean. She crouched and scanned the boxes like a surgeon looking for a specific organ in a hurry. "We have birthday cake," she said. "Blue frosting swirl. Is that it?" The boy closed his eyes. The dimple in the glass smoothed out. His hand left a clean oval that I could see through to a shelf that had not been there before. Aiko reached into a gap I swear didn't exist a second earlier and pulled out a pint I've never seen on any delivery invoice. Blue with a white paper lid stamped with a lighthouse. "That one," the boy whispered, and smiled in a way that would break you if you let it. I rang it up. The barcode beeped without complaint. The receipt printer wrote "thank you" 4 times in cursive no one had programmed into it. The boy paid with $2 bills and something that wasn't money, but felt like it ought to be. I didn't hand him the receipt. He didn't ask for it. He took the ice cream and left. The bell on the door did ring that time. I remember it because it felt like relief. "Okay," I said very loudly to the fluorescent lights. "What the hell?" "Local brand," Aiko said, with a straight face a cartoon could be jealous of. "It's seasonal." "What season is that?" "Don't worry," she said. "You'll know it when it happens." After that, the store didn't even pretend to be normal. That's the thing nobody tells you about weirdness. Once it decides you're good to talk to, it won't shut up. It comes in like humidity. People think they made a choice, but really they just learned another kind of weather. The next night, a woman in a wool coat bought a handful of votive candles and asked, very politely, if anyone had ever returned a shadow. A man in a reflective roadwork vest bought a map of the county and turned it upside down like it would make more sense that way. An old guy named Mr. Callahan bought 2 cans of cat food and a pack of gum and told me the lighthouse was a liar. "It points at what left," he said, "never at what's coming." May's style of management was to be the kind of adult who remembers what music you liked in 9th grade. She never used scare tactics, never gave me spooky folklore. "You're doing fine," she'd say when my face was giving away more than I meant it to. "Don't let the store make you think you're a toy." "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means the job is a job," she said. "You set things on shelves. You look people in the eye. You keep the coffee hot. If any of the other stuff wants to make you feel like a character in a story, make it pay full price." I loved her for that. It's so easy to be somebody else's plot device when you're young and broke and lonely. It's seductive. The store had momentum. I tried to be an object, a surface it slid past without catching on. Sometimes I succeeded, sometimes not. The freezer had opinions about me. Every time I walked past, the light inside brightened like it wanted my attention. I did not give it my attention in the way cats like, by pretending to ignore it while angling my body toward it. I just ignored it. That made it sulk. The sound it made when it sulked was a cross between wind chimes and a throat clearing. Eli said I was imagining it. Aiko said the compressor needed a look. May put her hand on the door and said, "Hush," and the noise dulled like a kid in the next room remembered someone could hear. It's not all refrigerators and receipt poetry. Sometimes the town does its weirdness outdoors, and it sneaks in on people's shoes. One night, a couple of fishermen came in at 2:45. smelling like the inside of a metal bucket, and bought hand warmers, instant coffee, and a small bag of birdseed. "Gulls know more than they tell," one of them said, like he was arguing with the ceiling. The other one kept his hand flat on the counter until the credit card processed, like if he lifted it, something would lift him back. The living part underneath all this, all the someone else might call this haunted stuff, is work. I know that's not sexy, but the truth is, work fills the air between the strange. You can be wiping down a counter while the sky forgets what color it's supposed to be. You can be mopping while the radio goes silent because someone walked past the station. The tape gun can stick to your fingers while a girl you went to school with walks by the plate glass, holding hands with a man who isn't there. The mop still leaves a streak. The tape still bites. The hand you didn't hold still looks like yours. 2 things happened in the same week that made me stop being a person to whom the store told its weird little jokes and start being a person who was in it. First thing, a sinkhole opened in the parking lot. Not a big one, the size of a kiddie pool. I saw it first on my lunch break at 4 a.m. The asphalt had caved into a neat circle with a tidy lip, like the earth had stamped something and peeled it back. The bottom wasn't a bottom. It was glassy, dark, like the inside of a bell. If you leaned over, you could see your own face, but older. Not like a mirror distorts you, like time did. Eli threw a traffic cone over it and called it done. By noon, it had filled with rain even though the sky was clear. By 8 that night, it was gone. People pretended they'd misremembered where they parked. Second thing, a regular went missing. Her name was Etta, and she had a voice like somebody who used to sing and stopped for a reason no one would make her tell. She always bought 2 tins of mints and one of those tiny sodas that are basically marketing lies in aluminum. "It's the right amount," she'd say, like she was teaching us portion control by example. She came in on a Tuesday, didn't speak to anyone, bought a pack of those green scrubbing pads that eat your fingerprints, and left. Wednesday, she didn't come. Thursday, her niece put up a flyer on the corkboard by the ATM with a photo that made Etta look too stern. Friday, the old men who play checkers at the coffee counter shook their heads like they were practicing grief. Saturday, May sighed in a way that made me want to hug somebody. "If she's gone, she isn't gone," Aiko said. "Not from here." "What does that even mean?" I asked. "It means the store remembers," she said. "If you want to know where she went, check the place she touched the most." Etta had a ritual. Some people do. She'd tap the corner of the freezer glass before leaving. Just a knock, soft, like thanking a building. We all do private little things that make us feel like the world will be less cruel if we pay exact change. That was hers. So I went to the freezer and looked at the glass in the corner where the hinge is. And there was her print. Not a greasy smear. Just a place where condensation never formed, in the shape of her knuckles. It was old, like someone pressed their hand there a long time ago. And time decided the glass would always remember that pressure. I touched it. It was warm. The freezer wasn't obviously colder or louder. It didn't do a fairy tale thing where it shows you a picture if you say the magic word. But the receipt printer coughed at the register. It spat a single line. She took the road with the lights. "What road?" I said to Air. "There are no roads with lights here except the main one, and half the street lights are out." Aiko leaned against the chip rack, reading a paperback with the cover torn off. Down by the lighthouse, she said without looking up. There's a path people take when they don't want to be seen taking it. Why doesn't anyone stop them? Because it's not that kind of path, she said. You don't go on it because a person tells you to. You go on it because you've been going on it your whole life and you finally notice. I went anyway. I took my lunch early and told May I was going to stretch my legs. She didn't ask where. She never asks. She trusts until you give her a reason to adjust. The lighthouse looks silly in daylight, like a person wearing formal clothes to a picnic. It still works though. Sometimes during storms the beam will snag on a cloud and stay there, pointing, like it's accusing the sky of something. The path Aiko meant was a goat track behind the keeper's cottage, which isn't a cottage anymore, just a rectangle of foundation with a wild rose bush trying to remember its shape. At the bottom of the hill, where the old pilings stick out of the mud like black teeth, there are lanterns. I don't know how else to say it without sounding like I'm trying too hard. They hang from hooks driven into driftwood posts. They are glass and metal and bits of wire. They are not plugged in. They don't have batteries. They aren't torches or candles. They are lanterns, and they glow like someone told them a secret, and they want to tell you too. They go on when nobody is there. They go off when you look at them straight on. They flicker in your peripheral vision, like you just remembered a word you were trying to think of in the shower. Etta was there. She wasn't. That's how the place works. In some lights, you could tell where she'd walked, the way you can tell where a heavy piece of furniture used to sit because the carpet holds the shape. Footprints in reeds, a scuff on a rock, the sense that the air hadn't filled back in yet behind her. I stood where the path turns and looked toward town. The market's neon fish blinked. The sign hum was the only sound. The water looked like a piece of steel someone dropped a thought into and never pulled back out. The lanterns did their peripheral vision trick, and just for a second, I saw the road. It wasn't paved. It wasn't dirt. It was there, like a crease in paper. It turned in toward the hill and went under. I did not follow it. I am not a hero. I am a cashier who likes my teeth the shape they are. When I got back, May had a pie on the break room table. It hadn't been there before. It smelled like apples and wine and those fall-scented candles that are supposed to make you nostalgic for a childhood in a different tax bracket. There wasn't a note. There never is, when the town gives you something to say thanks for looking and not taking. We ate it with plastic forks. Eli pretended he didn't like it. Aiko said something about tannins in a way that made me want to Google tannins later like a private student. May looked at me over the crust like she could tell I'd been where people go when they've had enough of above ground. And she nodded once and didn't say any words at all. That's her language too. Here's the part with the storm. They always tell these stories with storms. Sorry to be predictable, but the weather does what it wants, and sometimes it wants to be set dressing. This one came in from inland, which I didn't know storms could do. It smelled like dust. The sky went the color of old denim, and then the color of a bruise. The parking lot got that shine where it looks like a fake photograph. People came in with their heads down. People bought candles and bread and 12 packs of the beer they drink when they're pretending it isn't the taste they want. It's the temperature. At 10, the power hiccuped. The emergency lights came on and made everyone look like they were remembering a crime. The receipt printer spat a foot of paper. Stay. The radio died. The lights flickered. I had that feeling of being watched by a big empty room. The freezer made a noise I've only heard from animals. It wasn't a scream. It was a suggestion of one, the way you feel the bass from a car stopped next to you at a red light. Aiko put her hand on the door and said, "No," in a voice that meant business. Eli stood beside the chip rack like a soldier guarding something not worth dying for, and doing it anyway, because that's what you do when you love your town. The door at the back, the one to the loading dock, opened on its own. We all looked at May. She said, "No," again, and then, "We're open until 11 unless the roof comes off." The roof did not come off. The storm forgot about us and moved on the way a well-meaning friend forgets to text back. But while it was trying, something else arrived at our dock. The kind of something you would prefer arrived somewhere else. Footsteps. Slow, like mud was making a claim. Then a knock on the metal door, the middle part, where no one without a ladder would reach. That's when the bell at the front rang without the door opening, and a man came walking down aisle 3. Not the bouquet man. He was taller, and he looked like someone who wears a watch but doesn't check it. His shoes were wrong for the weather. His coat was cut like the idea of a coat. His eyes were the color of the inside of a lid. "May," he said, like they had a history. "Wick," May said, like she regretted it. He nodded at me, Aiko, and Eli as if totaling us up. "You're staffed," he said. "Good." "We're closed," May said, still polite. "Please come back in the morning." He smiled like a math problem that only looks simple. "No one's closed, May. Not tonight. Not with the road open." "Get out," she said, the way a mother says it when she knows the kid loves her anyway. He didn't. He walked to the back without hurrying, without looking like he expected us to stop him. Past the dairy, past the canned tomatoes, past the locker where we keep brooms, to the dock. He opened the door we had locked without unlocking it. The storm didn't come in. The smell did. It was the smell of old ice and pennies and breath you've been holding too long. There were people there, not shoppers, not ghosts. People. Except the wrongness wasn't about not existing. It was about existing elsewhere. Like they'd been to a market that agreed to exchange light but not air. Their faces were fine. Their clothes remembered fashion trends from 10 years ago. Their hands were very still because they were carrying things that looked fragile even when they weren't. Things like jars of buttons. Things like maps drawn on cloth. Things like a bundle that was certainly a child and also certainly a sack of laundry, and neither and both. They filed into our store like they owned it, because the truth is they do, and so do we. And the town is just a long argument about who has more receipts. "Lanterns end night exchange," Wick said, like he was introducing a band. "Open under storm conditions, close under day. Come in, come in. We have aisles, we have cashiers, we have what you forgot to lose." May moved like a striking snake and put herself between him and the register. "None of your customers touch my staff." "They aren't your staff when the dock's open," he said, not unkindly. "They are clerks, and clerks serve." "Clerks survive," she said. "That's the service." He smiled again, smaller. "You always did have a way of making your defiance sound like customer service. What do you do when a whole other store layered like a glass slide over your store steps in through the back and sets itself down on top of your life. If you're me, you work. You ring people up. You bag. You ask if they found everything okay. You look at their eyes without flinching. You don't ask where they're going with 3 yards of rope and a jar of lightning bugs. You don't ask why their money feels like weather. Eli stuck to me like a shadow that had a baseball cap on backwards. Aiko went very quiet and moved behind the counter with the stillness of a lake at night. May did not sit down. Her posture said, "Not in my house." Wick wandered the aisles with authority that made me want to staple his coat to the display of corn holders. The night exchange customers are not rude. In some ways, they're more polite than our daytime weirdos. They say please like they've learned words by looking them up and practicing in the mirror. They smile like they know it reassures you. The wrong thing is in the timing. Their questions come half a second late, like a bad internet call. They don't laugh. I don't know if they can. We went like that for an hour. The storm outside pressed on the windows like a big hand, but no rain fell. The bell rang when the door didn't open. The freezer hummed and was quieted by Aiko's palm. The receipt printer did not write poetry, because it was doing overtime printing receipts that said, "Exchange," where credit should be. Then the boy with the blue ice cream came back. He walked the wrong way, straight to the dock, like a river remembering downhill. He wasn't alone. He had Edda's hand. I don't know how I can say it was her when her face was not her face. It was her because of the way she moved, like she was careful not to bump people. And she said excuse me to displays as if she'd been taught courtesy by an object once. She wore a coat that was a little too long, and a bracelet that was absolutely hers. I know because I'd seen it on her wrist 100 times when she counted coins into her palm. "Hey," I said, too loud. "Hey." She looked at me and her eyes were a color I don't know the name of. Not a mysterious alien color. Just the color eyes are when they don't belong to your world's palette. Like the paint store chose not to stock it. "Hi," she said. "I'm sorry I didn't come in Wednesday." "Are you okay?" I asked. Because you ask that even when it's ridiculous. "I needed a place where the lights don't decide how late it is," she said, and smiled like she meant to make me feel better. "I'm settled now." "You can't just..." I started, and Wick was suddenly beside me, quiet as small math. "She can," he said. She did. She paid. She used her road. "What did she pay?" I asked, like a fool, even though I could guess. "Not for you," he said. "Don't take on debts that don't belong to your name." "I want to talk to May," I said. "You are," May said from somewhere to my left, and when I looked she was closer than I thought, and her hand was on my arm in a way that said both "I'm here" and "stop." "Let her," May said to me, and her voice didn't shake because it doesn't. She chose. We can be mad about the road all we want. The road doesn't care. Edda squeezed my hand like a mom at a high school graduation. "You made good coffee," she said. "Tell Aiko I liked how she apologized without saying sorry." She squeezed once more, and then let go and walked into the dock light, like someone walking into a better church. The boy with the blue ice cream looked back with his mouth open like he wanted to say something about sprinkles. He didn't. They were gone. I wanted to cry. I wanted to knock everything off the counter. I wanted to pick a fight with a man named Wick, because obviously that's what my life was now. Instead, I rang up someone buying 2 pounds of rock salt and a pocket mirror. That's retail. You keep the line moving. When the night pulled itself back together, the dock was a dock again, and the storm remembered to be rain, and then forgot again. The freezer sighed. Eli went outside and did that thing boys do, where they kick gravel like it did something to them. Aiko wrote down how much exchange money we had and put a piece of receipt poetry under the tray. May sat on a milk crate and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Do you hate him?" I asked her. I meant Wick. I meant the town. I meant the whole machine of it. "I hate that there are 2 stores," she said. "I hate that mine has to be the one that pretends." "Why do we pretend?" I asked. "Because the other one doesn't," she said. "It never has. Somebody has to teach the new people how to use carts." We cleaned up. That's what you do when you don't know what else to do. Bottles go back. Receipts get reconciled. Men named Wick leave tracks that don't look like tracks when you mop them. They look like the mop decided to change directions. At 6, the dawn played that trick where it pretends to show up and then sits in the parking lot yawning. We turned the sign to open, even though it felt like it had been open for years. By the time my shift ended, the town had decided to be normal again. The barber put a sandwich board outside that said, "Walk-ins welcome," in chalk weather had smudged. The coffee place put out muffins with names like Morning Meadow. Eli skated past a church and pretended it didn't look back. I climbed the stairs to my room above the barber and lay on the bed with my socks still on and tried to inventory my parts like I could misplace one without noticing. I thought I'd dream about the dock. Instead, I dreamed about ringing up batteries for a woman whose coat smelled like rain and reading the back of cereal boxes and wondering if the bee on the front had a pension. Brain is like that. It retreats to what it understands. It can only look at weirdness out of the corner of its eye. I didn't quit. I've quit a lot of things. I've had jobs you could leave by forgetting where your lanyard was. I stayed at Lantern's End Market. Not because I'm brave. Because I didn't want to leave May and Aiko and Eli and the old men who play checkers in a place where math takes attendance. Because for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was good at the job I had. Not the job I wanted in theory. Staying is a choice you make every night. That's true anywhere. But in Lantern's End, the town pays attention when you choose it back. The new thing that happened next didn't feel like a crisis at first. It felt like a prank. The carts wouldn't come back in a straight line. We'd push them toward the corral and they'd drift left, nose into each other, stacked sideways like strollers at a theme park. Eli got mad because he likes neatness, but he doesn't like to admit it. So he cursed at them like skateboarders do when they fall on gravel. The carts kept migrating. We'd line them up. They'd turn themselves to face the road. Not the actual road. The other one. "Stop it," I told them. "I don't care if that makes me sound like I talk to grocery carts. You talk to plenty of things in retail. Like a tape gun. Like a soda fountain. Like a person who thinks you set the price of avocados personally and can be talked out of it." A cart I was pushing shimmied in a way that made my palms itch. It felt like a dog leaning on your leg. Not aggressive. Needy. It wanted to go home. "I get it," I said, and pushed it harder into the corral. I wedged the line with a bungee cord and a broom handle because I am a problem solver with access to office supplies. That's when the old woman in the yellow slicker laughed at me. "You can't stop a wheel by telling it no," she said conversationally. "You have to give it a hill to roll down that it likes better." I had no idea who she was. I see faces, I remember stories, but names are hard when you work nights. She had that look some people have in town, like they might have been anybody in another life, and just stood up and walked into this one by mistake. Her hands were clean. Her eyes were not unkind. "What do you suggest?" I asked, polite by reflex. "Turn the corral around," she said. "Face it east. The left-right thing is a compromise they're making to be nice." Eli laughed before he realized she wasn't joking. Then he moved the corral. It took both of us and a crowbar because the bolts had rusted in a way that told a story about time and salt, and somebody loving this store enough to install a cart corral in the first place. We turned it, slowly, to face the road that isn't a road. The carts lined up like soldiers. I swear one of them sighed. A day later, someone taped a flyer to the window next to the ATM. It didn't have a photo of Etta. It had a photo of a pie. It said Community Bake, this Saturday 5 p.m. Under that, smaller, "Thank you." Aiko cried reading it. Eli pretended his allergies were acting up. May put a 20 in the coffee can because she knows when to be practical. It never stops being a store. That's the weirdest thing. You can live 10 lives between midnight and dawn and still argue with a vendor about whether the shipment was short a case of sparkling water. You can call the Pepsi guy and talk to him about the machine that eats quarters, like it's digesting guilt, and then you can hang up and nod to a man who is definitely not there, in a way that makes you feel polite. Both are true. Both matter. There's one more thing I want to tell you because most stories like this get coy at the end and I'm tired of being coy. A girl went missing. Not Etta. A kid. 11. Her name was Sophie. Her mom works 2 jobs and sleeps 3 hours at a time in a chair you can fold into the kind of bed your back forgets. Sophie comes in for hot Cheetos and lime soda, and the kind of lottery scratcher that looks like a game, but is really just math. She says hi to me even when she doesn't want to, because we're that place for her. You know the one. A middle. Sophie didn't come in for 3 days. That could be nothing. Kids go to cousins' houses. Kids get grounded. Kids decide to try on silence like an outfit. On day 4, her mom came in with a face like 2 fists holding hands and asked if we'd seen her. We had not. She put a flyer on the board and stapled it like the act could be loud enough to bring her back. The photo was Sophie with a dog that had died 2 years ago. That's what grief does. It elbows the now aside and pulls the then up onto the stage. I went home after my shift and stood at my sink and asked the town out loud to give her back. I don't know why I thought that would help. Maybe because nobody warns you how easy it is to pray when you don't even believe you're praying. That night, the receipt printer started before I turned the key. It spit paper that said count again. It spit more that said she owes. It spit more that said she's due. I wanted to throw the whole roll into the mop bucket and light it on fire like paper snakes. Aiko took my hand off the machine and said, "We go to the dock." "Now?" I said. "It's not storming." "It doesn't matter," she said, eyes on a point over my shoulder. They opened a tab. May met us at the back. Eli was already there with the crowbar like he thought it was a sword. The dock door was shut. There was no light. There was a smell like old pennies and freezer burn and the inside of an envelope. Wick was there in the way a thought is there before you think it. "You owe us those carts," he said lightly. "You can have the carts if we can have Sophie," May said, like she'd rehearsed it in the shower. "Do you propose to exchange a wheel for a child?" he asked, amused. "That's a poor bargain. Not even a fairy would take it." "Then you shouldn't mind saying yes," she said. He smiled. He leaned on the door like it was a friend who owed him money. "She came by the road," he said. "We don't drag people in from their kitchens, May. That's your side's specialty." "I know how she came," May said, and there was a tiredness in it that made my bones ache. "I want to know how she pays." Wick shrugged. "We all pay. She has time. We love time. We drink it like water. She's 11. My voice surprised me with how angry it was. "She has no time. Her time is her mother's. You don't get to spend it." He looked at me like I'd shouted in a library, and he was choosing whether to be indulgent. "Is she yours?" he asked. "She is not yours," I said. "The dock doesn't belong to anybody," he said. "It just opens. It doesn't care if your heart breaks." "Then why do you?" I asked. "Why are you here talking instead of counting your jars or whatever you do?" Something in his face tilted. Not like he softened. Like I said a thing that made him see a sliver of something he'd lost. "Because I like when May argues," he said finally. "Because I like stores that pretend to be small against big things. Because the ledger keeps itself, but the job of a clerk is to stand there shaking her head and say no until somebody says yes loud enough for the math to shut up." "What do we give you?" May asked. "Say it plain." Wick looked at the carts facing east. He looked at Eli, at Aiko, at me. He looked at the receipt printer throwing a tantrum. He looked at the freezer that had been good until now. "Her debt is a memory," he said. "We took it as collateral when she walked. We'll keep it unless you have something better. The one with the middle sibling eyes can pay." "No," May said, and her hand was on my arm again. "No." "What memory?" I asked, because I am stupid in exactly the way people are when they think love is just another word for stubborn. "First time someone told you you were safe," he said promptly. "Whole thing. The blankets. The hand. The ceiling. The exact number of dust motes you counted. Payment due now. I don't know about you, but my body stored that memory like a biscuit under a couch. I knew exactly where it was. I could feel the weight of it in my chest. I could feel what would happen to me if I put my hands on the counter and let him take it. I would still be me. I would look like me. I would go to work. I would laugh at Eli's jokes. I would walk past the lighthouse and pretend I'd always known which way north is. And inside, some part of me would be unstitched. "Pick something else," May said. Her voice had that quiet of the edge of a cliff. "Pick something of mine." Wick shook his head gently, like a teacher at a kid who tried a charm that works in other stories. "It asked for her," he said. "You can't argue with a match. It is either the head of this one or the head of that one. It cannot spark on two." Aiko stepped forward. "What if we pay in receipt?" she said. "You cannot receipt a feeling," Wick said, almost kindly. "You can mark it," she said. "You can timestamp it. You can say it's been paid and file it. That's all a receipt is. Proof that a thing has already become the past. Wick considered. The dock door breathed. The storm outside remembered the word thunder and then forgot it again. Eli made a small sound that I will mock him for forever, that I pretend was a cough. The freezer sighed. Fine, Wick said, like a god losing an argument on purpose. Write the receipt. Iko slid the register toward me like we were just changing shifts. I turned the key. The machine woke up like an old dog practiced at pretending to sleep through trouble. I typed in something that wasn't a price. I typed in the shape of the memory, blankets, ceiling, a woman's hand on my forehead, the feeling of my ribs loosening. I typed in the date if it had one. I typed in the timestamp my body knew. I hit total. The printer screamed. Not loudly. Just at a pitch that made your teeth remember you haven't been flossing. It spit a ribbon of paper that hit the floor and coiled like it was ready to be a snake as a second career. I wrote in pen. Paid by clerk. I signed my name. May put her hand over mine and signed hers too, the way people co-sign on loans. Wick took the receipt delicately, like it was a living thing that might bolt. We do love paper, he said, and for the first time I thought maybe he used to work where we work and just got promoted into myth. The dock door opened like a throat. Sophie walked through wearing an expression like she'd just woken up in a car on a road trip at a gas station. Did you know, she said sleepily, they have ice cream where the nutrition facts are all zeros? We don't, I said, and tried to keep my voice from cracking. Good, May said. She knelt and put a hand on Sophie's shoulder like a blessing. You know where your mom is? Sophie nodded. Her eyes were the color they'd always been. She's going to be mad, she said, and smiled like a person who is loved when they deserve a scolding. She left with the same kind of grace Etta had, but pointed the other direction, toward upstairs apartments and people who check your homework while stirring soup. We watched her go, and didn't breathe until the bell made the ugliest sound it has ever made, like a crow had learned to be a wind chime. Wick tucked the receipt into an inside pocket that didn't exist until he needed it. He looked at me. You will not remember being safe, he said. You will remember doing a job well. That's not the same thing, I said. It will be, he said. That's what market math does. It makes equivalencies you can live with until you can't. He left before I could decide whether to throw a can of beans at his back. The dock door shut the way water shuts. The freezer settled. Aiko put her head on the counter and laughed like a person who is crying and refuses to have been crying. Eli put the crowbar away and pretended he'd known the plan all along. May hugged me. I am not a hugger. This felt like the right time to be one. She held me like she did when she put her hand over my signature. You can borrow mine, she said softly, like she was telling a child a secret. Anytime you need it. Your what? I asked, but I knew. My safe, she said. I've got extra. We grow it here. That's the real job. It's been months since that night. The town keeps being itself. The lantern keeps sweeping. The carts stay lined up better when the corral faces east. The receipt printer still gets poetic when it drizzles. The freezer and I have decided to be civil. Etta sends pies sometimes. Sometimes we get a whole pie. Sometimes it's a slice wrapped in wax paper with our names on it in looping script. Sophie comes in for lime soda and does her homework at the coffee counter and rolls her eyes at Eli in a way that makes me want to hand her the keys to the town. Do I miss the memory? This is where a writer would get fancy with metaphors. I don't have that. I have a gap where something used to be. The good news is, humans are resourceful. We pack straw in the hole and pour water and hope it makes a pot. Aiko reminds me to eat when I look like I've gotten pale in that way that happens at the register sometimes. May tells me stories about her first job at a corner shop that still smelled like the butcher it used to be, and how the owner used to fall asleep with his forehead on the adding machine, and how the numbers kept going. Eli brings me videos of cats doing clown math to get treats. People who love you are receipts too. Proof of purchase. Little slips of paper that say this happened and continues to happen, and is not a dream no matter what the carts think. This is a long story. I told you I wasn't going to give you bullet points. There's no hack. No, if you hear singing, count to 30. There's just a town where the second store comes in through the loading dock, and a night crew that knows how to keep the coffee hot and the floor clean, and the kids pointed toward upstairs. That's horror, I guess, if you want it to be. It's also a kind of love. The bouquet man still comes. He switched to sunflowers. Do I hate him? Less. He looks sadder now. He pays with dry coins. The mirror by aisle 4 still shows me new. I think it will for a long time. That's not a curse. That's a gift. Because new means I haven't hardened into the shape the town wanted when it chose me. New means I can keep being the kind of clerk who says no when the ledger thinks it's the only mouth that gets to eat. If you're ever driving and you miss your exit because the fog has opinions and your gas light flicks on, and you see a cracked neon fish blink and hear a bell without a door moving, stop in. I'll probably be there. I'll ask if you found everything okay. I'll show you where we keep the good tape. I'll give you a cup of coffee that has been sitting just long enough to taste like a bad choice and a good idea. If the receipt says please, don't be scared. It's just the store asking to keep being a store. If a woman in a yellow slicker tells you to turn something east, try it. If a guy named Wick smiles like he lost a bet a long time ago and is still paying it off, ignore him. If the freezer makes a sound like it wants you specifically, it doesn't. It wants everyone. That's how it works. You are not special to the horror. You are not special to the love. You have to choose to be here. You have to choose to hand someone a bag and take their cash and say, "Have a good night," in a way that means I see you. It's small. It's also gigantic. I still live above the barber. The chairs face the window. Some mornings I see them move. I wave. The lighthouse shines at nothing and everything. The lanterns by the old road blink in my peripheral vision when I walk home. The receipts in the cardboard box under the counter crinkle like the sound chapter books make when you read them under the covers with a flashlight. I don't read them so much as I stack them and think of them as a roof. A roof is just a promise that rain will pass you by. A store is a promise that you can buy what you need, or at least something that will stand in for what you needed until your heart catches up. A night shift is a promise that someone is awake while you sleep, even if that someone has traded away knowing how safe they are. That's a bargain I made. I'm not warning you not to make it. I'm just saying it's one you should make with your eyes open. If you come in and I look a little tired, it's not because I'm haunted. It's because the tape gun bit me, and we had a case of peaches in the wrong syrup, and Eli hid a realistic rubber spider behind the register, and I forgot what tannins are again. It's because Wick made a joke so good I wanted to be mad about it and couldn't. It's because the town is a big customer, and it tips in birthdays and fog, and the way two strangers in line end up telling each other about their houses like they're swapping maps. We'll be there, under the cracked neon fish. We'll be ridiculous and stubborn and soft. We'll be open until 11 unless the roof comes off. We'll ring you up. We'll bag your flowers. We'll keep the road turned east. We'll make sure the receipts say what they need to say. And if you need us to tell the ledger no while you walk out with what matters most, we'll try. That's the job. That's the story. No rules, just work. And a market that knows your name even if you never told it. And a lighthouse that points at what left and somehow still helps you find your way home.